Artemis. 100 languages. Artemis. Goddess of nature, childbirth, wildlife, healing, the hunt, sudden death, animals, virginity, young women, and archery. Member of the 12 Olympians. The Diana of Versailles, a Roman copy of a Greek sculpture by Leo Kes. Louvre Museum. Abode Mount Olympus. Planet Moon. Animals: deer, serpent, dog, boar, goat, bear, quail, buzzard, guinea fowl. Symbol: bow and arrows, crescent moon, animal pelts, spear, knives, torch, lyre, amaranth. Tree: cypress, palm, walnut. Mount: a golden chariot driven by 4 golden horned deer. Genealogy. Born island of Delos, Greece. Parents: Zeus and Leto. Siblings: Apollo, twin, many paternal half-siblings. Equivalents. Etruscan Artium. Roman Diana. For other uses, see Artemis, disambiguation. In ancient Greek religion and mythology, Artemis, /RTMS/ CTFD Greek, is the goddess of the hunt, the wilderness, wild animals, nature, vegetation, childbirth, care of children, and chastity. 2. In later times, she was identified with Selene, the personification of the moon. 3. She was often said to roam the forests and mountains, attended by her entourage of nymphs. The goddess Diana is her Roman equivalent. In Greek tradition, Artemis is the daughter of Zeus and Leto, and twin sister of Apollo. In most accounts, the twins are the products of an extramarital liaison. For this, Zeus' wife Hera forbade Leto from giving birth anywhere on solid land. Only the island of Delos gave refuge to Leto, allowing her to give birth to her children. In one account, explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Artemis is born first and then proceeds to assist Leto in the birth of the second twin, Apollo. 4. Artemis was a chorotrophic, child-nurturing deity, that is the patron and protector of young children, especially young girls. Artemis was worshipped as one of the primary goddesses of childbirth and midwifery along with Eileithyia and Hera. Artemis was also a patron of healing and disease, particularly among women and children, and believed to send both good health and illness upon women and children. Artemis was one of the 3 major virgin goddesses, alongside Athena and Hestia. Artemis preferred to remain an unmarried maiden and was one of the 3 Greek goddesses over whom Aphrodite had no power. 5. In myth and literature, Artemis is presented as a hunting goddess of the woods, surrounded by her chaste band of nymphs. In the myth of Actaeon, when the young hunter sees her bathing naked, he is transformed into a deer by the angered goddess and is then devoured by his own hunting dogs, who do not recognize their master. In the story of Callisto, the girl is driven away from Artemis' company after breaking her vow of virginity, having lain with and been impregnated by Zeus. In the epic tradition, Artemis halted the winds blowing the Greek ships during the Trojan War, stranding the Greek fleet in Aulis, after King Agamemnon, the leader of the expedition, shot and killed her sacred deer. Artemis demanded the sacrifice of Iphigenia, Agamemnon's young daughter, as compensation for her slain deer. In most versions, when Iphigenia is led to the altar to be offered as a sacrifice, Artemis pities her and takes her away, leaving a deer in her place. In the war that followed, Artemis supported the Trojans against the Greeks, and she challenged Hera in battle. Artemis was one of the most widely venerated of the ancient Greek deities. Her worship spread throughout ancient Greece, with her multiple temples, altars, shrines, and local veneration found everywhere in the ancient world. Her great temple at Ephesus was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, before it was burnt to the ground. Artemis symbols included a bow and arrow, a quiver, and hunting knives, and the deer and the cypress were sacred to her. Diana, her Roman equivalent, was especially worshipped on the Aventine Hill in Rome, near Lake Nemi in the Alban Hills, and in Campania. 6. Etymology, edit. The name Artemis, n.f., is of unknown or uncertain etymology. 7, 8, although various sources have been proposed. RSP. Beeks suggested that the E/I interchange points to a pre-Greek origin. 9. Artemis was venerated in Lydia as Artemis. 10. 11. Georgios Babiniotis, while accepting that the etymology is unknown, also states that the name is already attested in Mycenaean Greek and is possibly of pre-Greek origin. 8. The name may be related to Greek Arctos bear, from pi*h-archos, supported by the bear cult the goddess had in Attica, Brourania, and the Neolithic remains at the Archediotisa cave, as well as the story of Callisto, which was originally about Artemis, Arcadian epithet Callisto. 12. This cult was a survival of very old totemic and shamanistic rituals and formed part of a larger bear cult found further afield in other Indo-European cultures, for example, Gaulish Archeo. It is believed that a precursor of Artemis was worshipped in Minoan Crete as the goddess of mountains and hunting, Britomartis. While connection with Anatolian names has been suggested, 13, 14, 15, the earliest attested forms of the name Artemis are the Mycenaean Greek, Atemi2/Artemitos/ gen, and Atemite/Artemitia/ that, written in Linear B at Pylos. 16, 17, 9. According to J.T. Jablonski, the name is also Phrygian and could be compared with the royal appellation Artemis of Xenophon. 18. Charles Anthon argued that the primitive root of the name is probably of Persian origin from Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Artemis, Diane, the huntress. Roman copy of a Greek statue, 2nd century. Galleria dei Candelabri, Vatican. Museums. Artemis as mistress of animals, Parian. Pottery, 675–600 BCE. Hypothetical restoration, only some parts have been preserved. Archaeological Museum of Mykonos. *********, all meaning great, excellent, holy, thus Artemis becomes identical with the great mother of nature, even as she was worshipped at Ephesus. 18. Anton Paul suggests the root or to shake, and makes Artemis mean the thrower of the dart or the shooter. 19. Ancient Greek writers, by way of folk etymology, and some modern scholars, have linked Artemis, Doric Artemis, to Artemos, i.e. butcher, 20, 21, or, like Plato did in Cratylus, to Artemis, i.e. safe, unharmed, uninjured, pure, the stainless maiden. 19, 18, 22. A. J. van Windekens tried to explain both and Artemis from Atrems, meaning unmoved, calm, stable, firm via metathesis. 23. 24. Description, edit. Artemis is presented as a goddess who delights in hunting and punishes harshly those who cross her. Artemis' wrath is proverbial, and represents the hostility of wild nature to humans. 2. Homer calls her Nu, the mistress of animals, a title associated with representations in art going back as far as the Bronze Age, showing a woman between a pair of animals. 25. Artemis carries with her certain functions and characteristics of a Minoan form, whose history was lost in the myths. 26. Artemis was one of the most popular goddesses in ancient Greece. The most frequent name of a month in the Greek calendars was Artemisian in Ionic territories, Artemisios or Artemisios in the Doric and Aeolic territories and in Macedonia. Also, Elaphias in Elis, Elaphebolion in Athens, Iasos, Apollonia of Chalkidis and Munician in Attica. 27. In the calendars of Aetolia, Phasis and Githaion there was the month Laphrios, and in Thebes, Corcyra, and Byzantium, the month Eucleios. The goddess was venerated in festivals during spring. 28. In some cults she retains the theriomorphic form of a pre-Greek goddess who was conceived with the shape of a bear, Arctos, bear. Callisto in Arcadia is a hypostasis of Artemis with the shape of a bear, and her cults at Broran and at Pyrrhus, Munitia, are remarkable for the arctia where virgin girls before marriage were disguised as she-bears. 29, 30. The ancient Greeks called Potnia Theron the representation of the goddess between animals, on a Greek vase. From circa 570 BCE, a winged Artemis stands between a spotted panther and a deer. 31. Potnia Theron is very close to the daemons, and this differentiates her from the other Greek divinities. This is the reason that Artemis was later identified with Hecate, since the daemons were tutelary deities. Hecate was the goddess of crossroads and she was the queen of the witches. 32. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Minoan seal from Knossos. A goddess flanked by two lionesses. Probably the mother of the mountains, in the presence of her consort or the dedicant. Artemis pouring a libation. Attic. White ground Lekithos, c. 464-50 BCE. From Eritrea. c. 460–450 BCE. Attributed to Baudouin. Painter. Louvre, Paris. Laphria is the pre-Greek mistress of the animals at Delphi and Patras. There was a custom to throw animals alive into the annual fire of the fest. 33. The festival at Patras was introduced from Calydon, and this relates Artemis to the Greek heroine Atalanta, who symbolizes freedom and independence. 34. Other epithets that relate Artemis to the animals are Amaranthia and Colanes. 30. In the Homeric poems, Artemis is mainly the goddess of hunting, because it was the most important sport in Mycenaean Greece. An almost formulaic epithet used in the Iliad and Odyssey to describe her is Iashera, she who shoots arrows, often translated as she who delights in arrows or she who showers arrows. 35. She is called Artemis Chrysolakatos, of the golden shafts, or Chrysinios, of the golden reins, as a goddess of hunting in her chariot. 36, 30. The Homeric hymn 27 to Artemis paints this picture of the goddess. I sing of Artemis, whose shafts are of gold, who cheers on the hounds, the pure maiden, shooter of stags, who delights in archery, own sister to Apollo with the golden sword. Over the shadowy hills and windy peaks she draws her golden bow, rejoicing in the chase, and sends out grievous shafts. The tops of the high mountains tremble and the tangled wood echoes awesomely with the outcry of beasts. Earth quakes and the sea also where fishes shoal. Homeric hymn 27 to Artemis p.19, 37. According to the beliefs of the first Greeks in Arcadia, Artemis is the first nymph, a goddess of free nature. She is an independent free woman, and she does not need any partner. She is hunting surrounded by her nymphs. 38. This idea of freedom and women's skill is expressed in many Greek myths. 34. In Peloponnese the temples of Artemis were built near springs, rivers and marshes. Artemis was closely related to the waters and especially to Poseidon, the god of the waters. Her common epithets are limna, limnatis, relation to waters, and Potamia and Althea, relation to rivers. In some cults, she is the healer goddess of women with the surnames Lucia and Thermia. 39. Artemis is the leader of the nymphs, Hegemon, and she is hunting surrounded by them. 40. The nymphs appear during the festival of the marriage, and they are appealed by the pregnant women. 41. Artemis became goddess of marriage and childbirth. She was worshipped with the surname Euclea in several cities. 39. Women consecrated clothes to Artemis for a happy childbirth, and she had the epithets Locia and Lyco. 42. The Dorians interpreted Artemis mainly as goddess of vegetation who was worshipped in an orgiastic cult with lascivious dances, with the common epithets Orthia, Corythalia and Daetis. 43. The female dancers wore masks and were famous in antiquity. The goddess of vegetation was also related to the tree cult with temples near the holy trees and the surnames Apenchamen, Caryatis and Cedriatis. 44. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Scene from Sacrifice in honor of Artemis. Diana who is accompanied by a deer. Fresco. From the triclinium of the House of Vetii in Pompeii, Italy, between 62 CE and 79 CE. Destruction of Pompeii. According to Greek beliefs, the image of a god or a goddess gave signs or tokens and had divine and magic powers. With these conceptions she was worshipped as Tauria, the Tauric goddess. 45. Aracena, Italy, and Anites. Lydia. In the bucolic, pastoral songs the image of the goddess was discovered in bundles of leaves or dry sticks. And she had the surnames Ligodisma and Phacalitis. 46. In the European folklore, a wild hunter is chasing an elfish woman who falls in the water. In the Greek myths the hunter is chasing a female deer, doe, and both disappear into the waters. In relation to these myths Artemis was worshipped as Saronia and Stymphalia. The myth of a goddess who is chased and then falls in the sea is related to the cults of Aphia and Dictina. 30. Artemis carrying torches was identified with Hecate and she had the surnames Phosphorus and Slasphorus. 47. In Athens and Tegia. She was worshipped as Artemis Callist, the most beautiful. 48. Sometimes the goddess had the name of an Amazon like Lycia, with a helmet of a wolfskin, and Molpadia. The female warriors. Amazons embody the idea of freedom and women's independence. 49. In spite of her status as a virgin who avoided potential lovers, there are multiple references to Artemis' beauty and erotic aspect. 50. In the Odyssey, Odysseus compares Nausicaa to Artemis in terms of appearance when trying to win her favor. Libanius, when praising the city of Antioch, wrote that Ptolemy was smitten by the beauty of the statue of Artemis. 50. Whereas her mother Leto often took pride in her daughter's beauty. 51. 52. She has several stories surrounding her where men such as Actaeon, Orion, and Alpheus tried to couple with her forcibly, only to be thwarted or killed. Ancient poets note Artemis' height and imposing stature, as she stands taller and more impressive than all the nymphs accompanying her. 52, 53. Epithets and functions, edit. Artemis is rooted to the less developed personality of the Mycenaean goddess of nature. The goddess of nature was concerned with birth and vegetation and had certain chthonic aspects. The Mycenaean goddess was related to the Minoan mistress of the animals, who can be traced later in local cults. 54. However, we do not know to what extent we can differentiate the Minoan from the Mycenaean religion. 55. Artemis carries with her certain functions and characteristics of a Minoan form whose history was lost in the myths. 54. According to the beliefs of the first Greeks in Arcadia, Artemis is the first nymph, a divinity of free nature. She was a great goddess and her temples were built near springs, marshes and rivers where the nymphs live, and they are appealed by the pregnant women. 56. In Greek religion we must see less tractable elements which have nothing to do with the Olympians, but come from an old, less organized world. Exorcisms, rituals to raise crops, gods and goddesses conceived not quite in human shape. Some cults of Artemis retained the pre-Greek features which were consecrated by immemorial practices and connected with daily tasks. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Artemis with bow and arrow in front of an altar. Attic red figure. Lekithos, c. 475 BCE, from Salinunt, Sicily. Antonino Salinas Regional Archaeological Museum, Palermo. Statue of Artemis, marble. Pergamon Museum, Berlin. Artemis shows sometimes the wild and darker side of her character and can bring immediate death with her arrows. However, she embodies the idea of the free nature which was introduced by the first Greeks. 57. The Dorians came later in the area, probably from Epirus, and the goddess of nature was mostly interpreted as a vegetation goddess who was related to the ecstatic Minoan tree cult. She was worshipped in orgiastic cults with lascivious and sometimes obscene dances, which have pure Greek elements introduced by the Dorians. 58. The feminine, sometimes male, dancers wore usually masks, and they were famous in the antiquity. The great popularity of Artemis corresponds to the Greek belief in freedom. 59. And she is mainly the goddess of women and children. The goddess of free nature is independent and celibate. Clarification needed. Artemis is frequently depicted carrying a torch, and she was occasionally identified with Hecate. Like other Greek deities, She had a number of other names applied to her, reflecting the variety of roles, duties, and aspects ascribed to the goddess. 42. Aegina, probably huntress of chamois or the wielder of the javelin, at Sparta. 61, however the word may mean from the island Aegina, that relates Artemis with Aphor, Britomartis. 62. Aetol, of Aetolia at Naupactos. A marble statue represented the goddess in the attitude of one hurling a javelin. 63. Agaria, guardian of popular assemblies in Athens. She was considered to be the protector of the assemblies of the people in the Agora. At Olympia the cult of Artemis Agaria was related to the cult of Despoinae. 64. The double-named goddesses Demeter and Persephone. 65. Agrotera, the huntress of wild wood, in the Iliad and many cults. 66. It was believed that she first hunted at Agraea of Athens. After her arrival from Delos, there was a custom of making a slaughter sacrifice to the goddess before a battle. 67. The deer always accompanies the goddess of hunting. Her epithet Agraea is similar with Agrotera. 68. Althea, in the district of Elis. The goddess had an annual festival at Olympia and a temple at Letrinoi near the river Alpheus. 69. At the festival of Letrinoi, the girls were dancing, wearing masks. In the legend, Althea and her nymphs covered their faces with mud, and the river god Alpheus, who was in love with her, could not distinguish her from the others. This explains, somehow, the clay masks at Sparta. 70. 71. Amaranthia, or Amaricea, with a famous temple at Amaranthus near Eritrea. The goddess was related to the animals, however she was also a healer goddess of women. She is identified with Colanes. 65. Amphipyros, with fire at each end, a rare epithet of Artemis as bearing a torch in either hand. Sophocles calls her Elaphobolus, deer slayer, Amphipyros, reminding the annual fire of the festival Laphria. 72. The adjective refers also to the twin fires of the two peaks of the Mount Parnassus above Delphi, Phaedrides. 73. Anites, in Lydia. The fame of Tauria, the Tauric goddess, was very high, and the Lydians claimed that the image of the goddess was among them. It was considered that the image had divine powers. The Athenians believed. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Artemis on her two hind-drawn chariot, Buteion. Red figure Kylix, 454–5 BCE, by the painter of Great Athens. Louvre, Paris. Sacrifice of Iphigenia. Antique fresco from Pompeii, probably a copy of a painting by Timanthus. Agamemnon, right, and Clytemnestra, crying, left. In the sky appears the fawn which will replace her. National Archaeological Museum, Naples. That the image became booty to the Persians and was carried from Broughton to Susa. 74. Angelos, messenger, envoy, title of Artemis at Syracuse in Sicily. 75. 76. Apenchamen, the strangled goddess, at Kaphoio in Arcadia. She was a vegetation goddess related to the ecstatic tree cult. The Minoan tree goddesses Helen, Dentritis, and Ariadne were also hanged. This epithet is related to the old traditions where icons and puppets of a vegetation goddess would be hung on a tree. It was believed that the plane tree near the spring at Caphoio was planted by Menelaus, the husband of Helen of Troy. The tree was called Meaningless. The previous name of the goddess was most likely Condliatis. 77, 78. Aphia, or Apha, unseen or disappeared, a goddess at Aegina and a rare epithet of Artemis. Aphia is identified with Britomartis. In the legend Britomartis, the sweet young woman, escaped from Minos, who fell in love with her. She traveled to Aegina on a wooden boat and then she disappeared. The myth indicates an identity in nature with Dictina. 79. Aracina, derived from the town Aricia in Latium, or from Aricia. The wife of the Roman forest god Virbius, Hippolytus. The goddess was related with Artemis Tauria, the Tauric Artemis. Her statue was considered the same with the statue that aurists brought from Tauris. 80. Near the sanctuary of the goddess there was a combat between slaves who had run away from their masters, and the prize was the priesthood of Artemis. 81. Ariste, the best, a goddess of the women. Pausanias describes Xona of Ariste and Calliste in the way to the Academy of Athens, and he believes that the names are surnames of the goddess Artemis, who is depicted carrying a torch. 82. Calliste is not related to Calliste of Arcadia. 65. Aristobule, the best advisor, at Athens. The politician and general Themistocles built a temple of Artemis Aristobule near his house in the Dome of Melite, in which he dedicated his own statue. 83. Astratia, she that stops an invasion, at Pyrrhicus in Laconia. A wooden image, Xonon, was dedicated to the goddess, because she stopped the invasion of the Amazons in this area. Another Xonon represented Apollo Amazonios. 84. Bacile, at Thrace and Paeonia. The women offered wheat stalks to the goddess. In this cult, which reached Athens, Artemis is relative to the Thracian goddess Bendis. 85. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Artemis Bendis, with her Thracian cap, Apollo, Hermes and a young warrior. Apulian red figure bell. Shaped crater, c. 383-70 BCE by the Bendis painter. Louvre, Paris. Heracles throwing the Erymanthean boar on Eurystheus, who, frightened, hides in a jar. Goddesses Artemis, left, and Athena, right. Attic. Brourania, worshipped at Brouron in Attica. Her cult is remarkable for the Arctia, young girls who dressed with short saffron yellow chitons and imitated bears, she-bears. Arctwa. 86. In the Acropolis of Athens, the Athenian girls before puberty should serve the goddess as Arctwa. 29. Artemis was the goddess of marriage and childbirth. 86. The name of the small bears indicate the theriomorphic form of Artemis in an old pre-Greek cult. In the cult of Borbronia, the myth of the sacrifice of Iphigenia was represented in the ritual. 87, 88, 89. Bola, of the council, in Athens. 90, 65. Bulephorus, counseling, advising, at Miletus, probably a Greek form of the mother goddess. 91, 92. Caryatids, the Lady of the Nut Tree, at Kerioe on the borders between Laconia and Arcadia. Artemis was strongly related to the nymphs, and young girls were dancing the dance Caryatids. The dancers of Caryae were famous in antiquity. 93. In a legend, Caria, the female lover of Dionysos, was transformed into a nut tree and the dancers into nuts. 94. The city is considered to be the place of the origin of the bucolic, pastoral, songs. 30. Cedriatis, near Orchomenus in Arcadia. A Xonon was mounted on the holy cedar, Kedros. 30. Chesias, from the name of a river at Samos. 69. Chitonia, wearing a loose tunic, at Syracuse in Sicily, as goddess of hunting. The festival was distinguished by a peculiar dance and by a music on the flute. 95. 69. Chrysolakatos, of the Golden Arrow, in Homer's Iliad as a powerful goddess of hunting. In the Odyssey, she descends from a peak and travels along the ridges of Mount Erymanthos. That was sacred to the mistress of the animals. 96. In a legend, when the old goddess became wrathful, she would send the terrible Erymanthian boar to lay waste to fields. 97. Artemis can bring an immediate death with her arrows. In the Iliad, Hera stresses the wild and darker side of her character, and she accuses her of being a lioness between women. 98. 35. Chrysoneos, of the Golden Reins, as a goddess of hunting in her chariot. In the Iliad, in her wrath, she kills the daughter of Bellerophon. 36. Coryphea, of the peak, at Epidaurus in Argolis. On the top of the mountain Coryphum there was a sanctuary of the goddess. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Amphora 500-515 BCE by Rycroft Painter. National Archaeological Museum, Madrid. Apollo and Artemis. Tondo of an Attic red figure. Cup, circa 470 BCE, by the Briseis painter. Louvre, Paris. The famous lyric poet Telesilla mentions Artemis Coryphea in a Node. 99. Cnagia, near Sparta in Laconia. In a legend the native Cnagus was sold as a slave in Crete. He escaped to his country taking with him the virgin priestess of the goddess Artemis. The priestess carried with her from Crete the statue of the goddess, who was named Cnagia. 100. Cynthia, as goddess of the moon, from her birthplace on Mount Cynthos at Delos. Selene, the Greek personification of the moon, and the Roman Diana were also sometimes called Cynthia. 101. Daphnaea, as goddess of vegetation. Her name is most likely derived from the laurel branch which was used as May branch. 102, or an allusion to her statue being made of laurel wood. Daphne. 103, Strabo refers to her annual festival at Olympia. 69. Delia, the feminine form of Apollo Delias. Delphinia, the feminine form of Apollo Delphinios, literally derived from Delphi. Daetis, at Sparta near Taygetos. Dancers were performing the obscene dance Calabis. 104, 105. Dictina, from Mount Dictae, who is identified with the Minoan goddess Britomartis. Her name is derived from the mountain Dictae in Crete. A folk etymology derives her name from the word diction, net. 106. In the legend, Britomartis, the sweet young woman, was hunting together with Artemis, who loved her desperately. She escaped from Minos, who fell in love with her, by jumping into the sea and falling into a net of fishes. 107. Aletheia, goddess of childbirth in Bactria and other local cults, especially in Crete and Laconia. During the Bronze Age, in the cave of Amnisos, she was related to the annual birth of the divine child. 108. In the Minoan myth, the child was abandoned by his mother and then he was nurtured by the powers of nature. Elaphia, goddess of hunting, deer. Strabo refers to her annual festival at Olympia. 69. Elaphobolus, shooter of deer, with the festival Elaphobolia at Phasis and Athens. 109, and the name of a month in several local cults. Sophocles calls Artemis Elaphobolus. Amphipyros, carrying a torch in each hand. This was used during the annual fire of the festival of Laphria at Delphi. 110, 111. Ephesia, at the city Ephesus of Minor Asia. The city was a great center of the cult of the goddess, with a magnificent temple, Artemision. Ephesia belongs to the series of the Anatolian goddesses, Great Mother, or Mountain Mother. However, she is not a mother goddess, but the goddess of free nature. In the Homeric Ionic sphere she is the goddess of hunting. 65. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. The Niobe crater. Apollo and Artemis kill the children of Niobe, 460 to 450 BCE by the Niobe painter. Louvre, Paris. Euclea, as a goddess of marriage in Bactria, Lacris and other cities. A boy and girls who wanted to marry should make a preliminary sacrifice in honor of the goddess. 112, 113, Eucleios was the name of a month in several cities and Euclea was the name of a festival at Delphi. 69, 114, 115, in Athens Pytho, Harmonia and Euclea can create a good marriage. The bride would sacrifice to the virgin goddess Artemis. 116. Eupraxis, fine acting. On a relief from Sicily, the goddess is depicted holding a torch in one hand and an offering on the other. The torch was used for the ignition of the fire on the altar. 117. Eurynome, wide ruling, at Phegalia in Arcadia. Her wooden image, Xonon, was bound with a roller golden chain. The Xonon depicted a woman's upper body and the lower body of a fish. Pausanias identifies her as one of the Oceanids, daughters of Oceanus and Tethys. 30, 118. Hesmo, or Hegemon, leader. 119, as the leader of the nymphs. Artemis was playing and dancing with the nymphs who lived near springs, waters and forests, and she was hunting surrounded by them. The nymphs joined the festival of the marriage and then they returned to their original form. The pregnant women appealed to the nymphs for help. 41. In Greek popular culture, the command dress of the Nereidon, fairies, is called Great Lady, Lady Kalo, or Queen of the Mountains. 65. Heleia, related to the marsh or meadow in Arcadia, Messenia and Kos. 69, 120. Hemeracea, the soothing goddess worshipped at Well Lusoi, 121. Hiripa, horse finder, at Phnus in Arcadia. Her sanctuary was near the bronze statue of Poseidon Hippias, horse. In a legend, Odysseus lost his mares and traveled throughout Greece to find them. He found his mares at Phnus, where he founded the temple of Artemis Hiripa. 122. Hymnia, at Orchomenos in Gytia. She was a goddess of dance and songs, especially of female choruses. The priestesses of Artemis Hymnia could not have a normal life like the other women. They were at first virgins and were to remain celibate in the priesthood. They could not use the same baths and they were not allowed to enter the house of a private man. 123, 124, 125. Iakinthotropos, nurse of Hyacinthos at Knidos. Hyacinthos was a god of vegetation with Minoan origin. After his birth he was abandoned by his mother and then he was nurtured by Artemis, who represents the first power of nature. 77. Imbrasia, from the name of a river at Samos. 69. Iashera, shooter of arrows by Homer, archer queen, as goddess of hunting. She has a wild character and Hera advises her to kill animals in the forest, instead of fighting with her superiors. 98. Apollo and Artemis kill with their arrows the children of Niobe because she offended her mother Leto. 126, 35, 127, in the European and Greek popular religion the arrow shots from invisible beings can bring diseases and death. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Left to right, Artemis, Apollo with his lyre, Leto and Ars. Attic amphora. c. 510 BCE, by Ceyx Painter. National Archaeological Museum. Madrid. Isera, or Isera, at Sparta, with the surname Limna or Pitonitis. Issarum was a part of a great summit which advances into the level of Eurotas. 128, Pausanias identifies her with the Minoan Britomartis. 129, 69. Callist, the most beautiful, another form of Artemis with the shape of a bear at Tricolony near Megalopolis, a mountainous area full of wild beasts. 130, Callisto the attendant of Artemis, bore Arcas the patriarch of the Arcadian. In a legend Callisto was transformed into a bear and in another myth Artemis shot her. Callisto is a hypostasis of Artemis with a theriomorphic form from a pre-Greek cult. 131. Kyladine, echoing chasing, noisy, in Homer's Iliad because she hunts wild boars and deer surrounded by her nymphs. 65, 132. Chthon, as a goddess of childbirth at Milet. Her name is probably derived from the custom of clothes consecration to the goddess, for a happy childbirth. 65. Colanes, related with the animals at Euboea and Attica. At Eretria she had a major temple and she was called Amaricea. 133, the goddess became a healer goddess of women. 30. Colliers, in a cult of women. Men were excluded because the fertility of the earth was related to motherhood. Aristophanes mentions colliers and genetalis who are accused for lack of restraint. Their cult had a very emotional character. 134, 135, 136. Condliatis, named after the village Condlia, where she had a grove and a temple. In a legend some boys tied a rope around the image of the goddess and said that Artemis was hanged. The boys were killed by the inhabitants and this caused a divine punishment. All the women brought dead children in the world, until the boys were honorably buried. An annual sacrifice was instituted to the divine spirits of the boys. Kondliatis was most likely the original name of Artemis Apanchemeni. 137. Kadaka, in Eli's dancers performed the obscene dance Kadaka, which is considered the origin of the dance of the old comedy. The dance is famous for its nudge and hilarity and gave the name to the goddess. 138, 139. Corythalia, derived from Corythal, probably the laurel May branch, 140, as a goddess of vegetation at Sparta. The epheboy and the girls who entered the marriage age placed the corythal in front of the door of the house. 141. In the cult the female dancers, famous in the antiquity, performed boisterous dances and were called Corythalistriae. In Italy, the male dancers wore wooden masks and they were called Chiraitru, pushing with the horns. 142, 143, 144. Korotrophos, protector of young boys. During the aperturia the front hair of young girls and young boys, Karion, were offered to the goddess. 69. Laphria, the mistress of the animals, pre-Greek name, in many cults, especially in Central Greece, Phasis and Patras. 145. Laphria was the name of the festival. The characteristic rite was the annual fire and there was a custom to throw animals alive in the flames during the fest. 33, 146, 147. The cult of Laphria at Patras was transferred from the city Calydon of Aetolia, 148, 149, in a legend during the Caledonian boar hunt the fierce. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Heracles breaking off the golden antler of the Ceryneian hind, while Athena, left, and Artemis, right, look on. Black figure amphora, c. 545-30 BCE, from Vulci. British Museum, London. Huntress Atalanta was the first who wounded the boar. 150. Atalanta was a Greek heroine, symbolizing the free nature and independence. 151. Lyco, protector of a woman in childbed, or of one who has just given birth. 42. Leucophrion, derived from the city Leucophries in Magnesia of Ionia. The original form of the cult of the goddess is unknown, however it seems that once the character of the goddess was similar with her character in Peloponnese. 65. Limna, of the marsh, at Sparta, with a swimming place Limnion Lake. 152, 69. Limnatis, of the marsh and the lake, at Patras, ancient Messene and many local cults. During the festival, the Messenian young ladies were violated. Symbols have been found around the temple, indicating that the festival was celebrated with dances. 138, 153. Locia, as goddess of childbirth and midwifery. 154. Women consecrated clothes to the goddess for a happy childbirth. Other less common epithets of Artemis as goddess of childbirth are Eulocia and Genetera. 42. Lucia, bather or purifier, as a healer goddess at Leusoi in Arcadia, where Melampus healed the Proetidon. 69. Laia, at Syracuse in Sicily. Spartan colony. There is a clear influence from the cult of Artemis Caryatis in Laconia. The Sicilian songs were transformed songs from the laconic bucolic, pastoral, songs at Caryae. 69. Lycia, of the wolf or with a helmet of a wolf skin, 155, at Troezen in Argolis. It was believed that her temple was built by the hunter Hippolytus, who abstained from sex and marriage. Lycia was probably a surname of Artemis among the Amazons, from whom Hippolytus descended from his mother. 156. Hippolyta. Lycotis, with a bronze statue at the city Lyco in Arcadia. The city was near the foot of the mountain Mainalo, which was sacred to Pan. On the south slope the Mantineans fetched the bones of Arcas, the son of Callisto, Callist. 157. Lygodesma, willow-bound, at Sparta, another name of Orthia. In a legend her image was discovered in a thicket of willows. 46. Standing upright. Orthia. 30. 158. Melissa, or beauty of nature, as a moon goddess. In Neoplatonic philosophy, Melissa is any pure being of souls coming to birth. The goddess took suffering away from mothers giving birth. It was Melissa who drew souls coming to birth. 159, 160. Molpadia, singer of divine songs, a rare epithet of Artemis as a goddess of dances and songs and leader of the nymphs. 42. In a legend Molpadia was an Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Archaic representation of the goddess Artemis Orthia. Ivory relief plate of a bronze fibula. The goddess holds waterbirds and wears a traditional hairstyle. From her sanctuary at Sparta, 660 BCE. National Archaeological Museum of Athens. Votive relief with a dedication to Artemis Phosphorus. An exhibit of Varna Archaeological Museum. Amazon. During the Attic War she killed Antiope to save her by the Athenian king Theseus, but she was killed by Theseus. 161. Munitia, in a cult at Pyrrhus, related to the archetype of Broronian Artemis. According to legend, if someone killed a bear, he should be punished by sacrificing his daughter in the sanctuary. Barrows disguised his daughter by dressing her like a bear, Arctos, and hid her in the Aditon. He placed a goat on the altar and he sacrificed the goat instead of his daughter. 30. 162. Mysia, with a temple on the road from Sparta to Arcadia near the tomb of the horse. 163. Enoetis, derived from the city Eno in Argolis. Above the town there was the mountain Artemisium, with the temple of the goddess on the summit. 164. In a Greek legend the mountain was the place where Heracles chased and captured the terrible Ceryneian hind, an enormous female deer with golden antlers and hooves of bronze. The deer was sacred to Artemis. 165. Orthia, upright, with a famous festival at Sparta. Her cult was introduced by the Dorians. She was worshipped as a goddess of vegetation in an orgiastic cult with boisterous cyclic dances. Among the offerings, there were terracotta masks representing grotesque faces, and it seems that animal masks were also used. 166. In literature, there was a great fight for taking the pieces of cheese that were offered to the goddess. 167. The whipping of the epheboy near the altar was a ritual of initiation, preparing them for their future life as soldiers. 168. During this ritual, the altar was full of blood. 169. Paedotrophos, protector of children at Coron in Messenia. During a festival of Corythalia, the wet nurses brought the infants in the sanctuary of the goddess, to get her protection. 69. Pytho, persuasion, at the city Argos in Argolis. Her sanctuary was in the marketplace. 170. In Peloponnese, Pytho is related to Artemis. In Athens, Pytho is the consensual force in civilized society and emphasizes civic harmony. 116. Perga, who was worshipped at Pamphylia of Ionia. A famous annual festival was celebrated in honor of Artemis in the city Perga. Filial cults existed in Pisidia, north of Pamphylia. 171. Phora, from the city Phorae, at Argos, Athens and Sicyon. It was believed that the image of the goddess was brought from the city Phorae of Thessaly. 172. This conception relates Artemis with the distinctly Thessalian goddess Inadia. Inadia had similar functions with Hecate, and she carried the common epithet Phora. 173. Phacalitis, of the bundle, at Tyndaris in Sicily. In the local legend, the image of the goddess was found in a bundle of dry sticks. 69. Phoebe, bright, as a moon goddess, sister of Phoebus. 42. The epithet Phoebe is also given to the moon goddess Selene. 174. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Artemis, Potneotheron, on Amphora of Naxos, Delos. 706-75 BCE, Archaeological Museum of Mykonos. Hecate or Artemis is depicted with a bow, twin flaming torches and a large dog. Archaic Attic black figure Kylix. Attributed to Klaibalos painter. Museum of the University of Tübingen, Baden. Phosphorus, carrier of light. In ancient Messene, she is carrying a torch as a moon goddess, and she is identified with Hecate. 69. Polo, in Thessos, with inscriptions and statues from the Hellenistic and Roman period. The name is probably related to Parthenos, virgin. 30. Potamia, of the river, at Ortygia in Sicily. 175. In a legend, Arethusa was a chaste nymph and tried to escape from the river god Alpheus, who fell in love with her. She was transformed by Artemis into a stream, traversed underground and appeared at Ortygia, thus providing water for the city. 30. Ovid calls Arethusa Alphys. 176. Althea, of the river god Potneotheron, mistress of the animals. The origin of her cult is pre-Greek, and the term is used by Homer for the goddess of hunting. 66. Potnia was the name of the Mycenaean goddess of nature. 54. In the earliest Minoan conceptions, the master of the animals is depicted between lions and daemons, Minoan genius. Sometimes Potneotheron is depicted with the head of a Gorgon, who is her distant ancestor. 177. She is the only Greek goddess who stands close to the daemons, and she has a wild side which differentiates her from other Greek gods. 32. In the Greek legends, when the goddess was offended, she would send terrible animals like the Erymanthian boar and Caledonian boar to lay waste the farmer's land, or voracious birds like the Stymphalian birds to attack farms and humans. 97. 178. In Arcadia and during the festival of Laphria, there is evidence of barbaric animal sacrifices. 33. 146. Pythia, as a goddess worshipped at Delphi. 179. Saroniah, of Saron, at Troezen across the Saronic Gulf. In a legend, the King Saron was chasing a doe that dashed into the sea. He followed the doe in the waters and he was drowned in the waves of the sea. He gave his name to the Saronic Gulf. 30. 180. Slasphorus, carrier of light, flame, as a moon goddess identified with Hecate, in the cult of Munitia at Pyrrhus. 181. 69. Sotera, Sotera, Savia, at Phegalia. In Arcadia, the mistress of the animals is the first nymph closely related to the springs and the animals, in a surrounding of animal-headed daemons. At Lycosura, Artemis is depicted holding a snake and a torch and dressed with a deer skin. Besides Demeter and Persephone, it was said that she was not the daughter of Leto, but the daughter of Demeter. 182. 183. Stymphalia, of Stymphalus, a city in Arcadia. In a legend, the water of the river descended in a chasm which was clogged up and the water overflowed, creating a big marsh on the plain. A hunter was chasing a deer and both fell into the mud at the bottom of the chasm. The next day the whole water of the marsh dried up and the land was cultivated. 184. 30. The monstrous man-eating Stymphalian birds that were killed by Heracles were considered birds of Artemis. 97. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Coin from Tauric Chercensus with Artemis, deer, bull, club and quiver. c. 322-90 BCE. Diagora, magistrate. Share, Artemis Parthenos left. Diagora, bull butting right. Christopher Marcom collection. Tauria, or Toro, the Tauric goddess, from the Tauri or of the bull. Euripides mentions the image of Artemis. Tauria. It was believed that the image of the goddess had divine powers. 185. Her image was considered to have been carried from Tauris by Orestes and Iphigenia and was brought to Broran, Sparta or Erisha. 186. Tauroplos, usually interpreted as hunting bull goddess. Tauroplos was not original in Greece and she has similar functions with foreign goddesses, especially with the mythical bull goddess. The cult can be identified at Haliarachenids in Attica. At the end of the peculiar festival, a man was sacrificed. He was killed in the ritual with a sword, cutting his throat. 187. Strabo mentions that during the night festive Tauropolia a girl was raped. 188. 30. Thermia, as a healer goddess at Luzoi in Arcadia, where Melampus healed the Proitodon. 69. Toxia, or Toxitis, bowstring in Torsion, as goddess of hunting in the island of Kos and at Gortyn. She is the sister of Apollo Toxias. 189, 190, 30. Triclaria, at Patras. Her cult was superimposed on the cult of Dionysos Isomnetis. During the festival of the god, the children were wearing garlands of corn ears. In a ritual they laid them aside to the goddess Artemis. 69, 191. Triclaria was a priestess of Artemis who made love with her lover in the sanctuary. They were punished to be sacrificed in the temple, and each year the people should sacrifice a couple to the goddess. Eurypylus came, carrying a chest with the image of Dionysos, who put an end to the killings. 192. Corythalia, epithet of Artemis at Sparta. During the Tithinidia festival the Spartan boys were carried into her temple in the city. 193. Mythology, edit. This section needs additional citations for verification. Please help improve this article by adding citations to reliable sources in this section. Unsourced material may be challenged and removed. October 2021. Learn how and when to remove this message. Leto bore Apollo and Artemis, delighting in arrows, both of lovely shape like none of the heavenly gods, as she joined in love to the aegis-bearing ruler. Hesiod, Theogony, lines 918-920, written in the 7th century BCE. Birth, edit. Various conflicting accounts are given in Greek mythology regarding the birth of Artemis and Apollo, her twin brother. In terms of parentage, though, all accounts agree that she was the daughter of Zeus and Leto and that she was the twin sister of Apollo. In some sources, she is born at the same time as Apollo, but in others, earlier or later. 6. Although traditionally stated to be twins, the author of the Homeric hymn 3 to Apollo, the oldest extant account of Leto's wandering and birth of her children, is only concerned with the birth of Apollo, and sidelines Artemis. 194. In Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Leto on the run with Artemis and Apollo. Roman statue circa 350–400 CE. Artemis left, and Apollo tried to get the Ceryneian hind from Heracles. Detail of an attic. Black figure amphora c. 535–20 BCE. Louvre, Paris. Fact: in the Homeric hymn they are not stated to be twins at all. It is a slightly later poet, Pindar, who speaks of a single pregnancy. 195. The two earliest poets, Homer and Hesiod, confirm Artemis and Apollo's status as full siblings born to the same mother and father, but neither explicitly makes them twins. 196. According to Callimachus, Hera, who was angry with her husband Zeus for impregnating Leto, forbade her from giving birth on either terra firma, the mainland, or on an island, but the island of Delos disobeyed and allowed Leto to give birth there. According to some, this rooted the once freely floating island to one place. According to the Homeric hymn to Artemis, however, the island where she and her twin were born was Ortygia. 197, 198. In ancient Cretan history, Leto was worshipped at Phaistos, and in Cretan mythology, Leto gave birth to Apollo and Artemis on the islands known today as Paximadia. A scholium of Servius on Aeneid 3. 72 accounts for the islands. Archaic name Ortygia. 199, by asserting that Zeus transformed Leto into a quail, or chux, to prevent Hera from finding out about his infidelity. And Kenneth MacLeish suggested further that in quail form, Leto would have given birth with as few birth pains as a mother quail suffers when she lays an egg. 200. The myths also differ as to whether Artemis was born first, or Apollo. Most stories depict Artemis as firstborn, becoming her mother's midwife upon the birth of her brother Apollo. Servius, a late 4th/early 5th century grammarian, wrote that Artemis was born first because at first it was night, whose instrument is the moon, which Artemis represents, and then day, whose instrument is the sun, which Apollo represents. 201. Pindar, however, writes that both twins shone like the sun when they came into the bright light. 202. After their troubling childbirth, Leto took the twin infants and crossed over to Lycia, in the southwest corner of Asia Minor, where she tried to drink from and bathe the babies in a spring she found there. However, the local Lycian peasants tried to prevent the twins and their mother from making use of the water by stirring up the muddy bottom of the spring, so the three of them could not drink it. Leto, in her anger that the impious Lycians had refused to offer hospitality to a fatigued mother and her thirsty infants, transformed them all into frogs, forever doomed to swim and hop around the spring. 203. Relations with men, edit. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Leto with Zeus and their children, 424–10 BCE. Marble, Archaeological Museum of Broran. Artemis drives a chariot drawn by a team of deer next to the dying Actaeon. Attic red figure volute crater, c. 454–40 BCE. By the painter of the woolly satyrs. Louvre, Paris. The river god Alpheus was in love with Artemis, but as he realized he could do nothing to win her heart, he decided to capture her. When Artemis and her companions at Letrinoi go to Alpheus, she becomes suspicious of his motives and covers her face with mud so he does not recognize her. In another story, Alpheus tries to rape Artemis' attendant Arethusa. Artemis pities the girl and saves her, transforming her into a spring in the temple Artemis Althea in Letrini, where the goddess and her attendant drink. Bupagus, son of the Titan Neopetus, sees Artemis and thinks about raping her. Reading his sinful thoughts, Artemis strikes him down at Mount Philo. Daphnis was a young boy, a son of Hermes, who was accepted by and became a follower of the goddess Artemis. Daphnis would often accompany her in hunting and entertain her with his singing of pastoral songs and playing of the panpipes. 204. Artemis taught a man, Scamandrius, how to be a great archer, and he excelled in the use of a bow and arrow with her guidance. 205. Proetus was a famous hunter who refused to honor Artemis, and boasted that nothing could harm him, not even fire. Artemis then drove him mad, causing him to walk into fire, ending his life. 206. According to Antoninus Liberalis, Cyproeus was a cretin who was metamorphosed into a woman by Artemis, for while hunting, seeing the goddess bathing. 207. Artemis also changed a Caledonian man named Calydon, the son of Ars and Astynome, into stone when he saw the goddess bathing naked. 208. Divine Retribution, edit. Actaeon, edit. Multiple versions of the Actaeon myth survive, though many are fragmentary. The details vary but, at the core, they involve the great hunter Actaeon, whom Artemis turns into a stag for a transgression, and who is then killed by hunting dogs. 209, 210. Usually, the dogs are his own, but no longer recognize their master. Occasionally they are said to be the hounds of Artemis. Various tellings diverge in terms of the hunter's transgression, sometimes merely seeing the virgin goddess naked, sometimes boasting he is a better hunter than she, 211, or even merely being a rival of Zeus for the affections of Semele. Apollodorus, who records the Semele version, notes that the ones with Artemis are more common. 212. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Mosaic depicting Diana and her nymph surprised by Actaeon. Mosaic, 2nd century CE, ruins of Volubilis, Morocco. Diana and Actaeon by Titian, 1556–1559. Oil in canvas. National Gallery and Scottish National Gallery, London and Edinburgh. According to Lamar Ronald Lace's The Myth of Actaeon, Literary and Iconographic Studies, the standard modern text on the work, the most likely original version of the myth portrays Actaeon as the hunting companion of the goddess who, seeing her naked in her sacred spring, attempts to force himself on her. For this hubris, he is turned into a stag and devoured by his own hounds. However, in some surviving versions, Actaeon is a stranger who happens upon Artemis. A single line from Aeschylus's now lost play Toxotids, Female Archers, is among the earlier attestations of Actaeon's myth, stating that the dogs destroyed their master utterly, with no confirmation of Actaeon's metamorphosis or the god he offended, but it is heavily implied to be Artemis, due to the title. 213. Ancient artwork depicting the myth of Actaeon predates Aeschylus. 214. Euripides, coming in a bit later, wrote in the Bacchae that Actaeon was torn to shreds and perhaps devoured by his flesh-eating hunting dogs when he claimed to be a better hunter than Artemis. 215. Like Aeschylus, he does not mention Actaeon being deer-shaped. When that happens, Callimachus writes that Actaeon chanced upon Artemis bathing in the woods, and she caused him to be devoured by his own hounds for the sacrilege, and he makes no mention of transformation into a deer either. 216. Diodorus Siculus wrote that Actaeon dedicated his prizes in hunting to Artemis, proposed marriage to her, and even tried to forcefully consummate said marriage inside the very sacred temple of the goddess. For this he was given the form of one of the animals which he was wont to hunt, and then torn to shreds by his hunting dogs. Diodorus also mentioned the alternative of Actaeon claiming to be a better hunter than the goddess of the hunt. 217. Hyginus also mentions Actaeon attempting to rape Artemis when he finds her bathing naked, and her transforming him into the doomed deer. 218. Apollodorus wrote that when Actaeon saw Artemis bathing, she turned him into a deer on the spot, and intentionally drove his dogs into a frenzy so that they would kill and devour him. Afterward, Chiron built a sculpture of Actaeon to comfort his dogs in their grief, as they could not find their master no matter how much they looked for him. 212. according to the Latin version of the story told by the Roman Ovid. Actaeon was a hunter who, after returning home from a long day's hunting in the woods, he stumbled upon Artemis and her retinue of nymphs bathing in her sacred grotto. The nymphs, panicking, rushed to cover Artemis' naked body with their own, as Artemis splashed some water on Actaeon, saying he was welcome to share with everyone the tale of seeing her without any clothes as long as he could share it at all. Immediately, he was transformed into a deer, and in panic ran away. But he did not go far, as he was. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. A 1772 painting by Jacques Louis David, depicting Niobe attempting to shield her children from Artemis and Apollo. Dallas. Museum of Art, Dallas. Hunted down and eventually caught and devoured by his own 50 hunting dogs, who could not recognize their own master. 219, 220. Pausanias says that Actaeon saw Artemis naked and that she threw a deerskin on him so that his hounds would kill him, in order to prevent him from marrying Semele. 221. Niobe, edit. The story of Niobe, queen of the bees and wife of Amphion, who blasphemously boasted of being superior to Leto. This myth is very old. Homer knew of it and wrote that Niobe had given birth to 12 children, equally divided in 6 sons and 6 daughters, the Niobides. Other sources speak of 14 children, 7 sons, and 7 daughters. Niobe claimed of being a better mother than Leto, for having more children than Leto's own 2, but the 2, though they were only 2, destroyed all those others. 222. Leto was not slow to catch up on that and grew angry at the queen's hubris. She summoned her children and commanded them to avenge the slight against her. Swiftly Apollo and Artemis descended on Thebes. While the sons were hunting in the woods, Apollo crept up on them and slew all 7 with his silver bow. The dead bodies were brought to the palace. Niobe wept for them, but did not relent, saying that even now she was better than Leto, for she still had 7 children, her daughters. 223. On cue, Artemis then started shooting the daughters one by one. Right as Niobe begged for her youngest one to be spared, Artemis killed that last one. 223. Niobe cried bitter tears, and was turned into a rock. Amphion, at the sight of his dead sons, killed himself. The gods themselves entombed them. In some versions, Apollo and Artemis spared a single son and daughter each, for they prayed to Leto for help. Thus Niobe had as many children as Leto did, but no more. 224. Orion, edit. Orion was Artemis' hunting companion. After giving up on trying to find Oenopion, Orion met Artemis and her mother Leto, and joined the goddess in hunting. A great hunter himself, he bragged that he would kill every beast on earth. Gaia, the earth, was not too pleased to hear that, and sent a giant scorpion to sting him. Artemis then transferred him into the stars as the constellation Orion. 225. In one version Orion died after pushing Leto out of the scorpion's way. 226. In another version, Orion tries to violate Apis. 227. One of Artemis' followers from Hyperborea, and Artemis kills him. 228. In a version by Aratus, Orion grabs Artemis' robe and she kills him in self-defense. 229. Other writers have Artemis kill him for trying to rape her or one of her attendants. 230. Istrus wrote a version in which Artemis fell in love with Orion, apparently the only time Artemis ever fell in love. She meant to marry him, and no talk from her brother Apollo would change her mind. Apollo then decided to trick Artemis, and while Orion was off swimming in the sea, he pointed at him, barely a spot in the horizon, and explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Daniel Sitter's 1685 painting of Diana over Orion's dead body, before he is placed in the heavens. Louvre, Paris. Artemis, seated and wearing a radiate crown, the beautiful nymph Callisto, left. Eros and other nymphs. Antique fresco from Pompeii. National Archaeological Museum, Naples. Wagered that Artemis could not hit that small dot. Artemis, ever eager to prove she was the better archer, shot Orion, killing him. She then placed him among the stars. 231. In Homer's Iliad, the goddess of the Dornios seduces Orion, angering the gods who did not approve of immortal goddesses taking mortal men for lovers, causing Artemis to shoot and kill him on the island of Ortygia. 232. Callisto, edit. Callisto, the daughter of Lycon, king of Arcadia, 233, was one of Artemis' hunting attendants, and, as a companion of Artemis, took a vow of chastity. 234. According to Hesiod in his lost poem Astronomia, Zeus appeared to Callisto, and seduced her, resulting in her becoming pregnant. Though she was able to hide her pregnancy for a time, she was soon found out while bathing. Enraged, Artemis transformed Callisto into a bear, and in this form she gave birth to her son Arcas. Both of them were then captured by shepherds and given to Lycon, and Callisto thus lost her child. Some time later, Callisto thought fit to go into a forbidden sanctuary of Zeus, and was hunted by the Arcadians, her son among them. 235. When she was about to be killed, Zeus saved her by placing her in the heavens as a constellation of a bear. 236. In his De Astronomica, Hyginus, after recounting the version from Hesiod, 237, presents several other alternative versions. The first, which he attributes to Amphis, says that Zeus seduced Callisto by disguising himself as Artemis during a hunting session, and that when Artemis found out that Callisto was pregnant, she replied saying that it was the goddess's fault, causing Artemis to transform her into a bear. This version also has both Callisto and Arcas placed in the heavens, as the constellations Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. 238. Hyginus then presents another version in which, after Zeus lay with Callisto, it was Hera who transformed her into a bear. Artemis later, while hunting, kills the bear, and later, on being recognized, Callisto was placed among the stars. 239. Hyginus also gives another version, in which Hera tries to catch Zeus and Callisto in the act, causing Zeus to transform her into a bear. Hera, finding the bear, points it out to Artemis, who is hunting Zeus, in panic. places Callisto in the heavens as a constellation. 240. Ovid gives a somewhat different version. Zeus seduced Callisto once again disguised as Artemis, but she seems to realize that it is not the real Artemis. 241, and she thus does not blame Artemis when, during bathing, she is found out. Callisto is, rather than being transformed, simply ousted from the company of the huntresses, and she thus gives birth to Arcas as a human. Only later is she transformed into a bear, this time by Hera. When Arcas, fully grown, is out hunting, he nearly kills his mother, who is saved only by Zeus placing her in the heavens. 242. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Diana and Callisto, c. 1556-1559, by Titian. Scottish National Gallery, Edinburgh. The Rape of Leto by Titios. Apollo, left, tries to grasp Titios. Leto, middle, pushes him and Artemis, right, ready to stop him. Attic red figure amphora. From Volsci. c. 510–520 BCE, by Fincius Painter. Louvre, Paris. In the Bibliotheca, a version is presented in which Zeus raped Callisto, having assumed the likeness, as some say, of Artemis, or, as others say, of Apollo. He then turned her into a bear himself, so as to hide the event from Hera. Artemis then shot the bear, either upon the persuasion of Hera, or out of anger at Callisto for breaking her virginity. 243. Once Callisto was dead, Zeus made her into a constellation, took the child, named him Arcas, and gave him to Maia, who raised him. 244. Pausanias, in his description of Greece, presents another version, in which, after Zeus seduced Callisto, Hera turned her into a bear, which Artemis killed to please Hera. 245. Hermes was then sent by Zeus to take Arcas, and Zeus himself placed Callisto in the heavens. 246. Minor Myths, edit. When Zeus' gigantic son Tityos tried to rape Leto, she called out to her children for help, and both Artemis and Apollo were quick to respond by raining down their arrows on Tityos, killing him. 247. Chion was a princess of Phocis. She was beloved by two gods, Hermes and Apollo, and boasted that she was more beautiful than Artemis because she had made two gods fall in love with her at once. Artemis was furious and killed Chion with an arrow. 248, or struck her mute by shooting off her tongue. However, some versions of this myth say Apollo and Hermes protected her from Artemis' wrath. Citation needed. Artemis saved the infant Atalanta from dying of exposure. After her father abandoned her, she sent a female bear to nurse the baby, who was then raised by hunters. In some stories, Artemis later sent a bear to injure Atalanta because others claimed Atalanta was a superior hunter. Among other adventures, Atalanta participated in the Caledonian boar hunt, which Artemis had sent to destroy Caledon, because King Enos had forgotten her at the harvest sacrifices. In the hunt, Atalanta drew the first blood and was awarded the prize of the boar's hide. She hung it in a sacred grove at Tesia as a dedication to Artemis. Meleager was a hero of Aetolia. King Enos ordered him to gather heroes from all over Greece to hunt the Caledonian boar. After the death of Meleager, Artemis turns his grieving sisters, the Melegrids, into guinea fowl that Artemis favored. In Nonnus Dionysiaca, Aura, the daughter of Leontos and Periboia, was a companion of Artemis. 249, when out hunting one day with Artemis, she asserts that the goddess's voluptuous body and breasts are too womanly and sensual, and doubts her virginity, arguing that her own lithe body and man-like breasts are better than Artemis, and a true symbol of her own chastity. In anger, Artemis asks Nemesis for help to avenge her dignity. Nemesis. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Artemis, Diana, from the Rospigliosi. Type, Roman copy of the 1st2nd. Centuries CE after a Hellenistic original. Louvre Museum. The Death of Adonis, by Giuseppe Mazzuoli, 1709. Hermitage Museum. St. Petersburg, Russia. Agrees, telling Artemis that Aura's punishment will be to lose her virginity, since she dared question that of Artemis. Nemesis then arranges for Eros to make Dionysius fall in love with Aura. Dionysius intoxicates Aura and rapes her as she lies unconscious, after which she becomes a deranged killer. While pregnant, she tries to kill herself or cut open her belly, as Artemis mocks her over it. When she bore twin sons, she ate one, while the other, Aeacchus, was saved by Artemis. The twin sons of Poseidon and Iphimedeia, Otos and Ephialtes, grew enormously at a young age. They were aggressive and skilled hunters, who could not be killed except by each other. The growth of the Alodae never stopped, and they boasted that as soon as they could reach heaven, they would kidnap Artemis and Hera and take them as wives. The gods were afraid of them, except for Artemis, who captured a fine deer that jumped out between them. In another version of the story, she changed herself into a doe and jumped between them. 6. The Alodae threw their spears, and so mistakenly killed one another. In another version, Apollo sent the deer into the Alodae's midst, causing their accidental killing of each other. 6. In another version, they start piling up mountains to reach Mount Olympus in order to catch Hera and Artemis. But the gods spot them and attack. When the twins had retreated, the gods learned that Ars had been captured. The Alodae, not sure about what to do with Ars, lock him up in a pot. Artemis then turns into a deer and causes them to kill each other. In some versions of the story of Adonis, Artemis sent a wild boar to kill him as punishment for boasting that he was a better hunter than her. 250. In other versions, Artemis killed Adonis for revenge. In later myths, Adonis is a favorite of Aphrodite, who was responsible for the death of Hippolytus, who had been a hunter of Artemis. Therefore, Artemis killed Adonis to avenge Hippolytus's death. In yet another version, Adonis was not killed by Artemis, but by Ars as punishment for being with Aphrodite. 251. Polyphonte was a young woman who fled home in pursuit of a free, virginal life with Artemis, as opposed to the conventional life of marriage and children favored by Aphrodite. As a punishment, Aphrodite cursed her, causing her to mate and have children with a bear. Artemis, seeing that, was disgusted and sent a horde of wild animals against her, causing Polyphonte to flee to her father's house. Her resulting offspring, Agrius and Oius, were wild cannibals who incurred the hatred of Zeus. Ultimately the entire family was transformed into birds who became ill portents for mankind. 252. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Artemis slaying a deer, from the courtyard of House 3, 125-100 BCE. Archaeological Museum of Delos, Greece. The Sacrifice of Iphigenia, 1653, by Sebastian Burden, Musée d'Esbo. Coronis was a princess from Thessaly who became the lover of Apollo and fell pregnant. While Apollo was away, Coronis began an affair with a mortal man named Ischys. When Apollo learnt of this, he sent Artemis to kill the pregnant Coronis, or Artemis had the initiative to kill Coronis on her own accord for the insult done against her brother. The unborn child, Asclepius, was later removed from his dead mother's womb. 253. When two of her hunting companions who had sworn to remain chaste and be devoted to her, Rhodopis and Eutychus, fell in love with each other and broke their vows in a cavern, Artemis turned Rhodopis into a fountain inside that very cavern as punishment. The two had fallen in love not on their own but only after Eros had struck them with his love arrows, commanded by his mother Aphrodite, who had taken offense in that Rhodopis and Eutychus rejected love and marriage in favor of a chaste life. 254, 255. When the monstrous Typhon attacked Olympus, all the terrified gods transformed into various animals and fled to Egypt. Artemis became a cat, 256, as she was identified by the Greeks with the Egyptian feline goddess Bastet. 257. When the queen of Koshemia ceased to worship Artemis, she shot her with an arrow. Persephone then snatched the still-living Euthymia and brought her to the underworld. 258. Trojan War, edit. Artemis may have been represented as a supporter of Troy because her brother Apollo was the patron god of the city, and she herself was widely worshipped in Western Anatolia in historical times. Artemis plays a significant role in the war. Like Leto and Apollo, Artemis took the side of the Trojans. In the Iliad, Artemis on her chariot with the golden reins, kills the daughter of Bellerophon. 36. Bellerophon was a divine Greek hero who killed the monster Chimera. At the beginning of the Greeks' journey to Troy, Artemis punished Agamemnon after he killed a sacred stag in a sacred grove and boasted that he was a better hunter than the goddess. 259. When the Greek fleet was preparing at Aulis to depart for Troy to commence the Trojan War, Artemis becalmed the winds. The seer Calchas erroneously advised Agamemnon that the only way to appease Artemis was to sacrifice his daughter Iphigenia. In some version of the myth, Artemis then snatched Iphigenia from the altar and substituted a deer. In others, Artemis allowed Iphigenia to be sacrificed. In versions where Iphigenia survived, a number of different myths have been told about what happened after Artemis took her. Either she was brought to Tauris and led the priests there, or she became Artemis' immortal companion. 259. Aeneas was also helped by Artemis, Leto, and Apollo. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Arts de Orleans. Temple of Artemis at Broren. The Stowe and the sacred spring from the SW. Apollo found him wounded by Diomedes and lifted him to heaven. There, the three deities secretly healed him in a great chamber. During the Theomercy, Artemis found herself standing opposite of Hera, on which a scholium to the Iliad wrote that they represent the moon versus the air around the earth. 260. Artemis chided her brother Apollo for not fighting Poseidon and told him never to brag again. Apollo did not answer her. An angry Hera berated Artemis for daring to fight her. How now art thou fain, thou bold and shameless thing, to stand forth against me? No easy foe I tell thee am I, that thou shouldst vie with me in might, albeit thou bearest the bow, since it was against women that Zeus made thee a lion, and granted thee to slay whomsoever of them thou wilt. In good sooth it is better on the mountains to be slaying beasts and wild deer than to fight amain with those mightier than thou. Howbeit if thou wilt, learn thou of war, that thou mayest know full well how much mightier am I, seeing thou matchest thy strength with mine. Hera then grabbed Artemis' hands by the wrists, and holding her in place, beat her with her own bow. 261, crying. Artemis left her bow and arrows where they lay and ran to Olympus to cry at her father Zeus' knees, while her mother Leto picked up her bow and arrows and followed her weeping daughter. 262. Worship, edit. Main article, Cult of Artemis at Broren. Artemis, the goddess of forests and hills, was worshipped throughout ancient Greece. 263. Her best-known cults were on the island of Delos. Her birthplace, in Attica at Broren and Maunikia, near Pyrrhus, and in Sparta. She was often depicted in paintings and statues in a forest setting, carrying a bow and arrows and accompanied by a deer. The ancient Spartans used to sacrifice to her as one of their patron goddesses before starting a new military campaign. Athenian festivals in honor of Artemis included Elaphebolia, Maunikia, Charisteria, and Broronea. The festival of Artemis Orthia was observed in Sparta. Prepubescent and adolescent Athenian girls were sent to the sanctuary of Artemis at Broren to serve the goddess for 1 year. During this time, the girls were known as Arctu, or little she-bears. A myth explaining this servitude states that a bear had formed the habit of regularly visiting the town of Broren, and the people there fed it, so that, over time, the bear became tame. A girl teased the bear, and, in some versions of the myth, it killed her, while, in other versions, it clawed out her eyes. Either way, the girl's brothers killed the bear, and Artemis was enraged. She demanded that young girls act the bear at her sanctuary in atonement for the bear's death. 264. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. The Roman Temple of Artemis in Jerash, Jordan, built during the reign of Antoninus Pius. The site of the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus. Its final form was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Artemis was worshipped as one of the primary goddesses of childbirth and midwifery along with Eileithyia. Dedications of clothing to her sanctuaries after a successful birth was common in the classical era. 265. Artemis could be a deity to be feared by pregnant women, as deaths during this time were attributed to her. as childbirth and pregnancy was a very common and important event. There were numerous other deities associated with it, many localized to a particular geographic area, including but not limited to Aphrodite, Hera and Hecate. 265. It was considered a good sign when Artemis appeared in the dreams of hunters and pregnant women, but a naked Artemis was seen as an ill omen. 266. According to Pseudo-Apollodorus, she assisted her mother in the delivery of her twin. 267. Older sources, such as Homeric hymn to Delian Apollo, in line 115, have the arrival of Eileithyia on Delos as the event that allows Leto to give birth to her children. Contradictory is Hesiod's presentation of the myth in Theogony, where he states that Leto bore her children before Zeus' marriage to Hera with no commentary on any drama related to their birth. Despite her being primarily known as a goddess of hunting and the wilderness, she was also connected to dancing, music, and song like her brother Apollo. She is often seen singing and dancing with her nymphs, or leading the chorus of the Muses and the Graces at Delphi. In Sparta, girls of marriageable age performed the Parthenia, choral maiden songs, in her honor. 42. An ancient Greek proverb, written down by Aesop, went for where did Artemis not dance, signifying the goddess' connection to dancing and festivity. 268. 269. During the classical period in Athens, she was identified with Hecate. Artemis also assimilated Caryatис, Caria. There was a women's cult at Cyzicus worshipping Artemis, which was called Dolon. 270. Festivals, edit. Artemis was born on the 6th day of the month Thargelion, around May, which made it sacred for her, as her birthday. 271. On the 7th day of the same month was Apollo's birthday. 272. Artemis was worshipped in many festivals throughout Greece mainland and the islands, Asia Minor and South Italy. Most of these festivals were celebrated during spring. Attica. Athens. The festival Elaphebolia was celebrated on the 6th day of the month Elaphebolion, 9th month. The name is related to Elaphos, deer, and Artemis is the deer huntress. Cakes made from flour, honey, and sesame and in the shape of stags were offered to the goddess during the festival. 273, 272, 274. Broran. The festival was remarkable for the Arctia, where girls, aged between 5 and 10, were dressed in saffron robes and played at being bears, or act the bear to appease the goddess after she sent the plague when her bear was killed. Another commentator says that girls had to placate the goddess for their virginity, Parthenia, so that they would not be the object of revenge from her. 275. Pyrrhus. The festival of Artemis Munitia was celebrated on the 6th or 16th day of the month Munician, 10th month. Young girls were dressed up as bears, as for the Brorania. In the temple have been found shards. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Bronze statue of Artemis, Pyrrhus. Artemis, with a quiver at the back, and the pose of the fingers which held a bow. A classicistic work, 4th century BCE attributed to Euphrana. Archaeological Museum of Pyrrhus. Artemis on her chariot drawn by two hinds. Detail from an Attic red figure. Crater 46440 BCE. Attributed to the painter of the woolly satyrs. Louvre, Paris. From the geometric period. The festival commemorated the victory of the Greek fleet over the Persians at Salamis. 276, 274. Athens. Artemis had a filial cult of Brourania, near the Acropolis. 274. Agré, a district of Athens, with a temple of Artemis Agrotera. Huntress. 277. On the 6th day of the month Bdromion, an armed procession would take a large number of goats to the temple. They would all be sacrificed in honor of the victory at the Battle of Marathon. 278. The festival was called Charisteria, also known as the Athenian Thanksgiving. 272. Myrrhinus, Adim near Miranda, Marco Polo. There was a cult of Colanes. 279. Colanes is usually identified with Artemis Amaricea in Euboea. Some rites and animal sacrifices were probably similar with the rites of Laphria. 274. Athmonia, Adim near Marausi. The festival of Artemis Amaricea was no less splendid than the festival of Amaricea in Euboea. 280. Holy Araphenids, Adim near Broran. The fest Tauropolia was celebrated in honor of Artemis Tauroplos. During the festival a human sacrifice was represented in a ritual. 274. Ergia, a district of Athens. The modern Athenian airport was built over the ruins of the Dym. A festival was celebrated on the 16th day of the month Mitigetnian. Sacrifices were offered to Artemis and Hecate. 272. Central Greece. Hyampolis in Phasis. During an attack of the Thessalians, the Phocians, terrified, gathered together in one spot their women, children, movable property, and also their clothes, gold, and made a vast pyre. The order was that if they would be defeated, all should be killed and would be thrown into the flames together with their property. 281, 282. The Phocians achieved a great victory, and each year they celebrated their victory in the festival Elaphable Elaphria in honor of Artemis. All kinds of offerings were burned in an annual fire, reminding the great pyre of the battle. 283. Delphi in Phasis. The festival Laphria was celebrated in the month Laphrios. The cult of Artemis Laphria was introduced by the priests of Delphi Lab, Yarden, who had probably Cretan origin. 284. Laphria is certainly the pre-Greek mistress of the animals. 274. Delphi in Phasis. The festival Euclea was celebrated in honor of Artemis. According to the Labadan inscriptions, the offerings Darata are determined by the specified Gamla and Pedia. Euclea was a goddess of marriage. 285. Tythora in ancient Phasis. It seems that the festival of Isis was a reform of the festival of Artemis Laphria. 286. Eronios in Doris. Festival of Artemis Laphria, indicated by the month Laphrios in the local calendar. 274. Antikyra in Phasis. Cult of Artemis Dictynea, a popular goddess who was worshipped with great respect. 287. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Mixing vessel with Hermes, Apollo, and Artemis. Lucanian, 415–400 BCE. Attributed to the Palermo painter J. Paul Getty Museum, California. Apollo's return to Delos from Hyperboreans. Artemis holding a deer welcomes Apollo. Cycladic. Crater, 7th cent. BCE, National Archaeological Museum, Athens. Thebes in Bactria. Before marriage a preliminary sacrifice should be made by the bride and the groom to Artemis Euclea. 285. Amaranthos in Euboea. Festival of Artemis Amaricea. Animals were sacrificed with rites probably similar with the Fest Lafria. 274. Orles in Bactria. In a festival all kinds of sacrificial animals were offered to the goddess. It seems that the festival was a reverberation of the rites of Lafria. 288, 274. Calydon in Italia. Calydon is considered the origin of the cult of Artemis Lafria at Patras. In the Italian calendar there was the month Lafrios. 274. Near the city there was the temple of Apollo. Lafrius, 289. Naupactos in Italia. Cult of Artemis Lafria. 290. Acarnania. Cult of Artemis Agrotera, huntress, in a society of hunters. 274. Peloponnese. Patras in Achaea. The Great Festival Lafria was celebrated in honor of Artemis. The characteristic rite was the annual fire. Birds, deers, sacrificial animals. Young wolves and young bears were thrown alive in a great pyre. Lafria, pre-Greek name, is the mistress of animals. 274. Traditionally her cult was introduced from Calydon of Italia. 290, 291. Patras. The Ionians who lived in ancient Achaea celebrated the annual festival of Artemis Triclaria. Pausanias mentions the legend of human sacrifices to the outraged goddess. The new deity Dionysius put an end to the sacrifices. 292, 285. Corinth. The festival Euclea was celebrated in honor of Artemis. 293. Aegera in Achaea. Festival of Artemis Agrotera, huntress. When the Sicyonians attacked the city, the Aegeans tied torches on all goats of the area and during night they set the torches alight. The Sicyonians believed that Aegera had a great army and they retreated. 294. Sparta. Festival of Artemis Orthia. The goddess was associated with the female initiator a rite Parthenian. 295. Women performed round dances. In a legend Theseus stole Helen from the dancing floor of Orthia, during the round dancing. The significant prize of the competitions was an iron sickle. Drapan, indicating that Orthia was a goddess of vegetation. 296. Sparta on the road to Amyclae. Artemis Corythalia was a goddess of vegetation. Women performed lascivious dances. The fest was celebrated in round huts covered with leaves. The nurses brought the infants in the temple of Corythalia during the fest Tithonidii at 297. Messene near the borders with Laconia. Festival of Artemis Limnatis, of the lake. The festival was celebrated with cymbals and dances. 298. The goddess was worshipped by young women during the festivals of transition from childhood to adulthood. 299. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Marble statue of Artemis Diana in the Capitoline Museums. Artemis hunting a stag. Surrounded by Zeus, left, Nike. Top, and Apollo, right. The goddess is wielding a torch. Attic red figured pay like 370. 350 BCE. From Campania. South Italy. British Museum. London. Dion on Tagetos in Laconia. Cult of Artemis Deitis. The festival was celebrated with the hymns Calavut and with the obscene dance Calabis. 300, 301. Epidaros Limera in Laconia. Cult of Artemis Limnatis. 302, 274. Kerioe on the borders between Laconia and Arcadia. Festival of Artemis Caryatis, a goddess of vegetation related to the tree cult. Each year women performed an ecstatic dance called the Caryatis. 303, 274. Boiae in Laconia. Cult of Artemis Sotera, Saviour, which was related to the myrtle tree. When the inhabitants of the cities near the Gulf were expelled, Artemis with the shape of a hare guided them to a myrtle tree where they built the new city. 304, 274. Gythion in Laconia. Cult of Artemis Laphria, in the month Laphrios. 274. Elis. Pelops, Peloponnese, Pelops Island, had won the sovereignty of Pisa and his followers celebrated their victory near the temple of Artemis Kadaka. They danced the peculiar dance Kadax. 305, 296. Elis. Festival of Artemis Elaphia in the month Elaphius, Elaphosdia. Elaphia was a goddess of hunting. 306, 274. Letrinoi in Elis. Festival of Artemis Alpheara. Girls wearing masks performed dances. 306, 296. Olympia in Elis. Annual festival, Panegyris, of Artemis Alpheara. 307, 296. Olympia in Elis. Annual festival of Artemis Elaphia. 307, 296. Olympia in Elis. Annual festival of Artemis Daphna, of the laurel branch, as a goddess of vegetation. 307, 296. Hypsus in Arcadia near the borders of Laconia. Annual festival of Artemis. Dictina. Her temple was built near the sea. 308. Hypsus. Annual fest of Artemis Daphna, of the laurel branch. 309, 296. Stymphalus in Arcadia. Festival of Artemis Stymphalia. The festival begun near the Catavathas where the water overflowed and created a big marsh. 310, 274. Orchomenus, in Arcadia. A sanctuary was built for Artemis Hymnia where her festival was celebrated every year. 311. Tesia in Arcadia, on the road to Laconia. Cult of Artemis Limnatis, of the lake. 312, 285. Phygalia in Arcadia. In a battle the Phygalians expelled the conquerors' Spartans and recovered their city. On the summit of the Acropolis they built the sanctuary of Artemis Sotera, Saviour, and a statue of the goddess. At the beginning of festivals, all their processions started from the sanctuary. 313. Troezen in Argolis. Festival of Artemis Sarania. Near the temple was the grave of the king Saron who was drowned into the sea. 314. 274. Northern Greece. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. From left to right, Artemis holding an oinako, Apollo holding a laurel branch, and a phial, about to pour a libation on the altar. Attic red figure column crater. 450 BCE. National Archaeological Museum, Madrid. Aegae, in Macedonia. Euclea had a shrine with dedications in the agora of the city. The goddess is associated with Artemis Euclea, the goddess of marriage who was widely worshipped in Gytia. 315. Apollonia of Chalcidice. The festival Elaphebolia was celebrated in honor of Artemis in the month Elaphebolion. 274. Greek islands. Icaria. The Tauropolion. 316. The temple of Artemis Tauroplos was built at Oino. There was another smaller Temenos that was sacred to Artemis Tauroplos on the coast of the island. 317. Cephalonia. Cult of Artemis Laphria who is related to the legend of Britomartis. 318. Corcyra. Cult of Artemis Laphria in the month Laphrios. 274. Asia Minor. Ephesus in Ionia. The great festival Artemisia was celebrated in honor of Artemis. The wealth and splendor of temple and city were taken as evidence of Artemis Ephesia's power under Hellenic rule, and later, under Roman rule, the Ephesian Artemisia festival was increasingly promoted as a key element in the Pan-Hellenic festival circuit. 319. Perga in Ionia. Famous festival of Artemis Perga. Under Roman rule Diana Perga is identified with Selene. 171. Eosos in Caria. The festival Elaphebolia was celebrated in honor of Artemis in the month Elaphebolion. 274. Byzantium. Festival of Artemis Euclea in the month Eucleios. 285. Magna Graecia. Syracuse in Sicily. The festival of Artemis Shitonia was distinguished by a peculiar dance and by a music on the flute. Shitonia, wearing a loose tunic, was a goddess of hunting. 95. Syracuse in Sicily. Festival of Artemis Laia. Men from the countryside came to the city in a rustic dress. They carried a deer antler on their head and held a shepherd's stab. They sang satirical songs drinking wine. The festival was the link between the comic performance and the countryside. 320, 285. Tauromenion in Sicily. Festival of Artemis Euclea in the month Eucleios. 285. Festival of Artemis Gorythalia. The male dancers wore wooden masks. 296. Attributes, edit. Virginity, edit. An important aspect of Artemis' persona and worship was her virginity, which may seem contradictory, given her role as a goddess associated with childbirth. The idea of Artemis as a virgin goddess likely is related to her primary role as a huntress. Hunters traditionally abstained from sex prior to the hunt as a form of ritual purity and out of a belief that the scent would scare off potential prey. The ancient cultural context in which Artemis worship emerged also held that virginity was a prerequisite to marriage, and that a married woman became subservient to her husband. 321. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. This bronze statue of Artemis in the Archaeological Museum of Pyrrhus, Athens, dates from the mid-4th century BCE and was given to sculptor Euphrana. Artemis Diadumina. Statuette of Artemis from Delos, 1st cent. BCE, at the National Archaeological Museum, Athens. In this light, Artemis' virginity is also related to her power and independence. Rather than a form of asexuality, it is an attribute that signals Artemis as her own master, with power equal to that of male gods. Her virginity also possibly represents a concentration of fertility that can be spread among her followers, in the manner of earlier mother goddess figures. However, some later Greek writers did come to treat Artemis as inherently asexual, and as an opposite to Aphrodite. 321. Furthermore, some have described Artemis along with the goddesses Hestia and Athena as being asexual. This is mainly supported by the fact that in the Homeric hymns, 5:2, Aphrodite is described as having no power over the three goddesses. 322. As a mother goddess, edit. Despite her virginity, both modern scholars and ancient commentaries have linked Artemis to the archetype of the mother goddess. Artemis was traditionally linked to fertility and was petitioned to assist women with childbirth. According to Herodotus, Greek playwright Aeschylus identified Artemis with Persephone as a daughter of Demeter. Her worshippers in Arcadia also traditionally associated her with Demeter and Persephone. In Asia Minor, she was often conflated with local mother goddess figures, such as Cybele and Anahita in Iran. 321. The archetype of the mother goddess, though, was not highly compatible with the Greek pantheon, and though the Greeks had adopted the worship of Cybele and other Anatolian mother goddesses as early as the 7th century BCE, she was not directly conflated with any Greek goddesses. Instead, bits and pieces of her worship and aspects were absorbed variously by Artemis, Aphrodite, and others as Eastern influence spread. 321. As the Lady of Ephesus, edit. Main article, Temple of Artemis. At Ephesus in Ionia, Turkey, her temple became one of the 7 wonders of the world. It was probably the best-known center of her worship except for Delos. There, the lady whom the Ionians associated with Artemis through Interpretatio Graeca was worshipped primarily as a mother goddess, akin to the Phrygian goddess Cybele, in an ancient. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. The Artemis of Ephesus, 2nd century CE. Ephesus Archaeological Museum, Izmir, Turkey. Praxiteline bronze head of a goddess, probably Artemis, wearing a lunate crown, 4th century BCE. Found at Issa, viz., Croatia. Sanctuary where her cult image depicted the Lady of Ephesus adorned with multiple large beads. Excavation at the site of the Artemision in 1987-88 identified a multitude of tear-shaped amber beads that had been hung on the original wooden statue, Xonon, and these were probably carried over into later sculpted copies. 323. In Acts of the Apostles, Ephesian metalsmiths who felt threatened by St. Paul's preaching of Christianity jealously rioted in her defense, shouting, "Great is Artemis of the Ephesians." 324. Of the 121 columns of her temple, only one composite, made up of fragments, still stands as a marker of the temple's location. As a lunar deity, edit. No records have been found of the Greeks referring to Artemis as a lunar deity, as their lunar deity was Selene. 325, 326, 327, but the Romans identified Artemis with Selene, leading them to perceive her as a lunar deity, though the Greeks did not refer to her or worship her as such. 328, 329, 330. As the Romans began to associate Apollo more with Helios, the personification of the sun, it was only natural that the Romans would then begin to identify Apollo's twin sister, Artemis, with Helios' own sister, Selene, the personification of the moon. 3. Evidence of the syncretism of Artemis and Selene is found early on, a scholium on the Iliad, claiming to be reporting 6th century BCE author Theogens's interpretation of the Theomerci in Book 21, says that in the fight between Artemis and Hera, Artemis represents the moon, while Hera represents the earthly air. 260, 331. Active references to Artemis as an illuminating goddess start much later. 332, notably, Roman-era author Plutarch writes how during the Battle of Salamis, Artemis led the Athenians to victory by shining with the full moon, but all lunar-related narratives of this event come from Roman times, and none of the contemporary writers, such as Herodotus, makes any mention of the night or the moon. 332. Artemis' connection to childbed and women's labor naturally led to her becoming associated with the menstrual cycle in course of time, thus the moon. 333. Selene, just like Artemis, was linked to childbirth, as it was believed that women had the easiest labors during the full moon, paving thus the way for the two goddesses to be seen as the same. 334, 331, on that, Cicero writes, Apollo, a Greek name, is called Sol, the sun, and Diana, Luna, the moon. Luna, the moon, is so called a lucendo, from shining. She bears the name also of Lucina, and as in Greece the women in labor invoke Diana Lucifera. 335. Association to health was another reason Artemis and Selene were syncretized. Strabo wrote that Apollo and Artemis were connected to the sun and the moon, respectively, which was due to the changes the two celestial bodies caused in the temperature of the air, as the twins were gods of pestilential diseases and sudden deaths. 336. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Marble statue of Artemis Selene. With torch, 3rd century. Museo. Chiaramonti, Vatican Museums. Artemis holding torches. Marble, Roman copy of the 2nd century CE after a Greek original. Of the 4th century BCE. Museo. Chiaramonti, Vatican Museums. Roman authors applied Artemis / Diana's by name, Phoebe, to Luna / Selene, the same way as Phoebus was given to Helios due to his identification with Apollo. 337, another epithet of Artemis that Selene appropriated is Cynthia, meaning born in Mount Cynthus. 338. The goddesses Artemis, Selene, and Hecate formed a triad, identified as the same goddess with 3 avatars, Selene in the sky, moon, Artemis on earth, hunting, and Hecate beneath the earth, underworld. 339. In Italy, those 3 goddesses became a ubiquitous feature in depictions of sacred groves, where Hecate / Trivia marked intersections and crossroads, along with other liminal deities. 340. The Romans enthusiastically celebrated the multiple identities of Diana as Hecate, Luna, and Trivia. 340. Roman poet Horace in his odes enjoins Apollo to listen to the prayers of the boys, as he asks Luna, the 2-horned queen of the stars, to listen to those of the girls in place of Diana, due to their role as protectors of the young. 341. In Virgil's Aeneid, when Nisus addresses Luna / the moon, he calls her daughter of Latona. 342. In works of art, the 2 goddesses were mostly distinguished. Selene is usually depicted as being shorter than Artemis, with a rounder face, and wearing a long robe instead of a short hunting chiton, with a billowing cloak forming an arc above her head. 343. Artemis was sometimes depicted with a lunate crown. 344. As Hecate, edit. Hecate was the goddess of crossroads, boundaries, ghosts and witchcraft. She is the queen of the witches. 345. Artemis absorbed the pre-Greek goddess Potneatheron, who was closely associated with the daemons. 32. In the Mycenaean age, daemons were lesser deities of ghosts, divine spirits and tutelary deities. 346. Some scholars believe that Hecate was an aspect of Artemis prior to the latter's adoption into the Olympian pantheon. Artemis would have, at that point, become more strongly associated with purity and maidenhood on the one hand, while her originally darker attributes like her association with magic, the souls of the dead, and the night would have continued to be worshipped separately under her title Hecate. 347. Both goddesses carried torches, and were accompanied by a dog. It seems that the character of Artemis in Arcadia was original. 348. At a Cassisium, Artemis Hegemon is depicted holding 2 torches, and at Lycosura Artemis is depicted holding a snake and a torch. A bitch suitable for hunting was lying down by her side. 349. Sophocles calls Artemis Amphipyros, carrying a torch in each hand. However, the adjective refers also to the twin fire on the 2 peaks of the mountain. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Artemis with a bow and a deer. Attic. Lekithos 46450. BCE. Detail of an Attic red figure Hydria depicting Apollo and Artemis. 48450 BCE by the Pan painter. Legion of Honor, Museum, San Francisco. Parnassus behind Delphi. In the Fest of Laphria at Delphi, Artemis is related to the pre-Greek mistress of the animals, with barbaric sacrifices and possible connections with magic and ghosts since Potneotheron was close to the daemons. The annual fire was the characteristic custom of the fest. 33, 146. At Kerameikos in Athens, Artemis is clearly identified with Hecate. Pausanias believes that Calliste, the most beautiful, is a surname of Artemis carrying a torch. In Thessaly, the distinctly local goddess Inadia with the surname Phara is identified with Hecate. 173. Artemis Phara was worshipped in Argos, Athens and Sicyon. 172. Symbols, edit. Chariots, edit. Homer uses the epithet Chrysonios, of the golden reins, to illustrate the chariot of the goddess of hunting. 350. At the fest of Laphria at Delphi, the priestess followed the parade on a chariot which was covered with the skin of a deer. 350. Spears, nets, and lyre, edit. Artemis is rarely portrayed with a hunting spear. In her cult in Italia, the Artemis Aetol was depicted with a hunting spear or javelin. 63. Artemis is also sometimes depicted with a fishing spear connected with her cult as a patron goddess of fishing. This conception relates her with Dictynna, Britomartis. 106. As a goddess of maiden dances and songs. Artemis is often portrayed with a lyre in ancient art. 351. Deer, edit. Deer were the only animals held sacred to Artemis herself. On seeing a deer larger than a bull with horns shining, she fell in love with these creatures and held them sacred. Deer were also the first animals she captured. She caught 5 golden horned deer and harnessed them to her chariot. 352. At Lycosura in isolated Arcadia, Artemis is depicted holding a snake and a torch and dressed with a deer skin, besides Demeter and Persephone. 349. It seems that the depictions of Artemis and Demeter Melina, black, in Arcadia correspond to the earliest conceptions of the first Greeks in Greece. 353. At the fest of Laphria at Delphi, the priestess followed the parade on a chariot which was covered with the skin of a deer. 350. The third labor of Heracles, commanded by Eurystheus, consisted of chasing and catching the terrible Ceryneian hind. The hind was a female deer with golden antlers and hooves of bronze and was sacred to Artemis. Heracles begged Artemis for forgiveness and promised to return it alive. Artemis forgave him, but targeted Eurystheus for her wrath. 354. Hunting dog, edit. In a legend, Artemis got her hunting dogs from Pan in the forest of Arcadia. Pan gave Artemis 2 black and white dogs, 3 reddish ones, and 1 spotted one. These dogs were able to hunt even lions. Pan also gave Artemis 7 bitches of the finest Arcadian race, but Artemis only ever brought 7 dogs hunting with her at any one Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Artemis with a hunting dog pouring a libation, c. 464-50 BCE. The small Pyrrhus Artemis. Bronze statue of the 4th century. Time: 355. In the earliest conceptions of Artemis at Lycosura, a bitch suitable for hunting was lying down by her side. 349. Bear, edit. In a pre-Greek cult, Artemis was conceived as a bear. Callisto was transformed into a bear, and she is a hypostasis of Artemis with a theriomorph form. In the cults of Artemis at Broran and at Pyrrhus Munitia, Arctia, young virgin girls were disguised to she-bears, Arctua, in a ritual, and they served the goddess before marriage. 356. An etiological myth tries to explain the origin of the Arctia. Every year, a girl between 5 and 10 years of age was sent to Artemis temple at Broran. A bear was tamed by Artemis and introduced to the people of Athens. They touched it and played with it until one day a group of girls poked the bear until it attacked them. A brother of one of the girls killed the bear, so Artemis sent a plague in revenge. The Athenians consulted an oracle to understand how to end the plague. The oracle suggested that, in payment for the bear's blood, no Athenian virgin should be allowed to marry until she had served Artemis in her temple, played the bear for the goddess. 357. In a legend of the cult of Munitia, if someone killed a bear, then they were to be punished by sacrificing their daughter in the sanctuary. M. Barrows disguised his daughter dressing her like a bear, Arctos, and hid her in the Aditon. He placed a goat on the altar and he sacrificed the goat instead of his daughter. 358. Boar, edit. The boar is one of the favorite animals of the hunters, and also hard to tame. In honor of Artemis' skill, they sacrificed it to her. Enus, 359, and Adonis, 360, were both killed by Artemis' boar. In the Odyssey, she descends from a peak and she travels along the ridges of Mount Erymanthos, that was sacred to the mistress of the animals. 350, 96, when the goddess became wrathful she would send the terrible Erymanthian boar to laid waste the farmers' fields. Heracles managed to kill the terrible creature during his 12 labors. 97. In one legend, the Caledonian boar had terrorized the territory of Caledon because Artemis, the mistress of the animals, was offended. The Caledonian boar hunt is one of the great heroic adventures in Greek legend. The most famous Greek heroes including Meleager and Atalanta took part in the expedition. The fierce hunter virgin Atalanta, allied to the goddess Artemis, was the first who wounded the Caledonian boar. 361. Ovid describes the boar as follows, 362. A dreadful boar. His burning, bloodshot eyes seemed coals of living fire, and his rough neck was knotted with stiff muscles, and thick-set with bristles like sharp spikes. A seething froth. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Coin from Tauric Chersonesus with Artemis. Deer, bull, club and quiver, c. 300 BCE. Apollo, left, and Artemis, right, carrying a torch and flanking an altar. Terracotta amphora. Ja. 490 BCE. Metropolitan Museum of Art. Manhattan, New York. Dripped on his shoulders, and his tusks were like the spoils of India. Discordant roars reverberated from his hideous jaws, and lightning belched forth from his horrid throat, scorched the green fields. Ovid, Metamorphoses 8.284289, Brooks Moore translation. Guinea fowl, edit. Artemis felt pity for the Caledonian princesses Meligrids as they mourned for their lost brother, Meleager, so she transformed them into guinea fowl to be her favorite animals. 363. Buzzard hawk, edit. Hawks were the favored birds of many of the gods, Artemis included. 364. Bull, edit. Artemis is sometimes identified with the mythical bull goddess in a cult foreign in Greece. The cult can be identified in Hali, Araphenids in Attica. At the end of the peculiar fest, the sacrifice of a man was represented in a ritual. 187. Euripides relates her cult with Tauris, Tauros bull, and with the myth of Iphigenia at Broran. Aurists brought the image of the goddess from Tauris to Broran, Sparta or Aricia. 365, 366. Torch, edit. Artemis is often depicted holding one or two torches. There is not any sufficient explanation for this depiction. The character of the goddess in Arcadia seems to be original. 348. Atticusisium Artemis. Hegemon, the leader, is depicted holding two torches. At Lycosura the goddess is depicted holding a snake and a torch, and a bitch suitable for hunting was lying down by her side. 183. Sophocles calls Artemis Elaphobolus, deer slayer. Amphipyros, with a fire in each end, reminding the annual fire of the Fest Laphria at Delphi. 367. The adjective refers also to the twin fires of the two peaks of the Mount Parnassus above Delphi. Phaedrides. 73. Hesychius believes that Callist is the name of Hecate established at Keramakos of Athens, who some call Artemis, torch-bearing. On a relief from Sicily, the goddess is depicted holding a torch in one hand and an offering on the other. The torch was used for the ignition of the fire on the altar. 117. Archaic and Classical Art, edit. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Artemis Potneotheron. 565–50 BCE. During the Bronze Age, the mistress of the animals is usually depicted between two lions with a peculiar crown on her head. The oldest representations of Artemis in Greek archaic art, circa 550 BCE, portray her as Potneotheron, queen of the beasts, a winged goddess holding a stag and lioness in her hands, or sometimes a lioness and a lion. Potneotheron is the only Greek goddess close to the daemons and sometimes is depicted with a Gorgon head. And the Gorgon is her distant ancestor. This winged Artemis lingered in ex-votos as Artemis Orthia, with a sanctuary close by Sparta. In Greek classical art she is usually portrayed as a maiden huntress, young, tall, and slim, clothed in a girl's short skirt. 368, with hunting boots, a quiver, a golden or silver bow. 369, and arrows. Often, she is shown in the shooting pose, and is accompanied by a hunting dog or stag. When portrayed as a lunar deity, Artemis wore a long robe and sometimes a veil covered her head. Her darker side is revealed in some vase paintings, where she is shown as the death-bringing goddess whose arrows fell young maidens and women, such as the daughters of Niobe. Artemis was sometimes represented in classical art with the crown of the crescent moon, such as also found on Luna and others. On the 7th of June, 2007, a Roman-era bronze sculpture of Artemis and the stag was sold at Sotheby's auction house in New York State by the Albright Knox Art Gallery for $25.5 million. Gallery, edit. Ancient Art. Potnia Theron. Fortetsonia. Knossos, 850–800 BCE. Apollo and Artemis. Kill the children of Niobe, 464–50 BCE. By the Niobede painter. Louvre, Paris. Artemis Hecate, as a goddess protector of the necropolis. Marble, 3rd century CE, Apollonia. Albania. Votive figure Artemis and Hecate. Modern art. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Hide. Artemis Diana and her hound. Boucher, Artemis. Diana, Louvre. Artemis in a landscape. Artemis Endymion. Palais Garnier. Nicolas Poussin. 1658, landscape. With blind Orion. Seeking the Sun. Metropolitan Museum of Arts, Manhattan, New York. Legacy, edit. In Astronomy, edit. 105 Artemis, an asteroid discovered in 1868. Artemis, crater, a tiny crater on the Moon, named in 2010. Artemis Chasma, a nearly circular fracture on the surface of the planet Venus, described in 1980. Artemis Corona, an oval feature largely enclosed by the Artemis Chasma, also described in 1980. Acronym, Artemis, for Architectures de Bolometers pour des Télescopes à Grand Champ de Vue dans le Domaine submillimetrique or SOL, a large bolometer camera in the submillimeter range that was installed in 2010 at the Atacama Pathfinder experiment, APEX, located in the Atacama Desert in northern Chile. 370. In taxonomy, edit. The taxonomic genus Artemia, which entirely comprises the family Artemidae, derives from Artemis. Artemia. Species are aquatic crustaceans known as brine shrimp, the best-known species of which, Artemia salina, or sea monkeys, was first described by Carl Linnaeus in his Systema Naturae in 1758. Artemia species live in salt lakes. And although they are almost never found in an open sea, they do appear along the Aegean coast near Ephesus, where the Temple of Artemis once stood. In modern spaceflight, edit. The Artemis program is an ongoing robotic and crewed spaceflight program which has the goal of landing the first woman and the next man on the lunar South Pole region no earlier than 2025. 371. The program is being carried out by NASA, U.S. commercial spaceflight companies, and international partners such as the European Space Agency, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and the Canadian Space Agency. 372. Genealogy, edit. Artemis Family Tree, 373. Uranus Gaia. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Uranus genitals Coeus Phoebe Cronus Rhea. Leto Zeus Hera Poseidon Hades Demeter Hestia. Apollo Artemis A. 374. B. 375. Ars Hephaestus. Metis. Athena. 376. Maya. Hermes. Semnal. Dionysius. Dion. A. 377, B. 378. Aphrodite. See also, edit. Bendis. Dali, goddess. Janus. A lunar deity. Palermo fragment. Regarding Tauroplos. Bull, mythology. Iphigenia in Tauris. Taurus, mythology. References, edit. 1 Artemis myths, symbols, and meaning. Encyclopedia Britannica. Retrieved 6 July 2021. 2 AB Merriam-Webster's Encyclopedia of Literature. Merriam-Webster. 1995 p. 74. ISBN 9780877790426. 3 AB Smith, S.V. Artemis. 4 Apollodorus, Bibliotheca 1.21. 5 Homeric Hymn to Aphrodite, 5, p. 2132. 6 ABCD Roman, Luke, Roman, Monica, 2010. Encyclopedia of Greek and Roman Mythology. Infobase Publishing. p. 85. ISBN 9781438126395. 7 Artemis. Online Etymology Dictionary. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 8 AB Babiniotis, Georgios, 2005. Athens, L. p. 286. 9 AB RSP. Beeks, 2009, Etymological Dictionary of Greek, Brill, p. 142. 10 Indogermanica et Caucasica, Festschrift für Karl-Horst Schmidt zum 65. Gebert Stagg, Studies in Indo-European Language and Culture, W. de Gruyter, 1994, Etyma Graeca, p. 213214, on Google Books. 11 Howink 10 Kate, 1961, The Lawan population groups of Lycia and Cilicia spread during the Hellenistic period. Leiden, p. 166, noted in this context by Brown, 2004, p. 252. 12 Michael Rypinski-Naxon, 1993, The Nature of Shamanism, Substance and Function of a Religious Metaphor, Albany. N.Y., State University of New York Press, 32 p. 13 Campanile, Ann. Scuola Pisa 28:305. 14 Restelli, Evum 37:307, 312. 15 Brown, Edwin L. 2004. In Search of Anatolian Apollo. Hesperia Supplements. Caris, Essays in Honor of Sarah. Imawa. 33, 243257. Artemis, as Apollo's inseparable twin, is discussed at p. 251 ff. 16 Chadwick, John, Baumbach, Lydia, 1963. The Mycenaean Greek Vocabulary. Glotta. 41, 3415771. ESP. p. 176 ff. SV. 8me2, genitive. 17 Souvenus, c. 1970. 8me2 and 8me10. Ctmos. 9, 42-47. Christides, t. c. 1970. Further remarks on 8me2 and 8me10. Ctmos. 11, 125128. 18 ABC Anthon, Charles, 1855. Artemis. A Classical Dictionary. New York, N.Y., Harper and Brothers. p. 210 via Google Books. 19 AB Lang, Andrew, 1887. Myth, Ritual, and Religion. London, UK, Longmans, Green and Company pp. 209210. 20 Little, Henry George, Scott, Robert, A Greek-English Lexicon at the Perseus Project. 21 Little, Henry George, Scott, Robert, A Greek-English Lexicon at the Perseus Project. 22 Little, Henry George, Scott, Robert, A Greek-English Lexicon at the Perseus Project. 23 Van Windekens, 1986, pp. 1920. 24 Blake, Vaclav, 2016. Artemis and Her Family. Greco-Latina Brunensia. 21, 22950, ESP 40p. Do. 10.5817/GLB 2016-2-4. HDL 11222.digilib/136225. ISSN 2336-4424. 25 Powell 2012, pp.225. 26 Dietrich, The Origins of Greek Religion, p.185. 27 Nilsson Gestschickt, Vol I, p.481. 28 Nilsson Gestschickt Vol I, p.483-484 and 493-494. 29 AB Sudas SV, Arcturzi, being Bez. Is established for the virgins before marriage at the temples of Artemis, Maunikia and Brorania. 30 ABCDEFGHIJKLMNOPQ Nilsson, Gestschickt, Volume I, p. 482-487. 31 Powell 2012, p. 56. 32 ABC Nilsson, Gestschickt, Vol I, p.227. 33 ABC Lane Fox, Robin. Pagan and Christians. Alfred Knopf, Inc. 1989. p.90-91. 34 AB Howell 1989 Howell, Rita. Howell, Maxwell L. 1989. The Atalanta Legend in Art and Literature. Journal of Sport History. 16, 2127139. JSTOR 436094443. 35 ABC Emendorfer 2017, pp.224-225. 36 ABC Iliad 6.200. 37 Translation by Hugh G. Evelyn White. 38 Nilsson, Gestschickt, Vol I, p.498. 39 AB Nilsson, Gestschickt, Vol I, p.492,493. 40 Nilsson, Gestschickt, Vol I, p.499. 41 AB Nilsson, Gestschickt, Volume I, p.251, 252. 42 ABCDEFG. The Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Greece and Rome Vol. I, 7, Oxford Encyclop. p.268. 43 Nilsson, Chess-cheeked, Vol. I, p.161,490. 44 Nilsson, Chess-cheeked, Vol. I, p.315,486-487. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 45 Nilsson, Chess-cheeked, Vol. I, 83p. 46 AB Bremer, Jan N. 2008. Greek Religion and Culture, the Bible, and the Ancient Near East. Brill. ISBN 978-900-4164734. 47 Nilsson, Chess-cheeked, Vol. I, p.495. 48 Pausanias 1.29.2 Pausanias 1.29.2. 49 Adrian Mayer, the 22nd of September 2014. The Amazons, Lives and Legends of Warrior Women Across the Ancient World. Princeton University Press. ISBN 9780691147208. Retrieved 12 January 2021. 50 AB Constant 2014, p. 65. 51 Lucian, Dialogues of the Gods Hera and Leto. 52 AB Homer, Odyssey 6.102 ff. 53 Ovid, Metamorphoses 3.138 ff. 54 ABCB.C Dietrich, 1974, The Origins of the Greek Religion p.181,182, p.181182. 55 Burkert, 1985, Greek Religion, 21p. 56 Larson, Jennifer, 1997. Handmaidens of Artemis. The Classical Journal. 92, 324927. JSTOR 3298110. 57 Nilsson, Chess-cheeked, Vol. I, p.498. 58 A not localized phallic dance of women is connected with the boisterous and nudge dances of the cult of Artemis, as a goddess of vegetation. Nilsson, Chess-cheeked, Vol. I, p.491. 59 Hospitality to the Strangers and Freedom for All, L.H. Jeffery, 1976, The City-States, c.700-500 BCE, 6p, Ernest. Ben Limited. 60 Martin Nilsson, 1967, Die Chess-cheeked der Griechischen Religion, ch. Beckverlag, Munchin, p.481-500. 61 Schmitz, Leonhard, 1867. Eugenia. In Smith, William, ed. Dictionary of Greek and Roman Biography and Mythology. Volume 1. Boston. p. 26. Archived from the original on the 11th of February 2009. Retrieved the 19th of October 2007. 62 63 AB Pausanias 10.38.12. 64 Pausanias 5.15.4. 65 ABCDEFGHI Nilsson, Chess-cheeked, Vol. I, p.494-500. 66 AB Iliad 21.471. 67 Parker, Robert, 2005. Polytheism and Society in Athens. Oxford University Press. pp. 56, 178, 400, 419. ISBN 0-19-921611-8. 68 Bell, Robert E. 1991. Women of Classical Mythology, A Biographical Dictionary. ABCCLIO. pp. 17, 191, 253. ISBN 0-87436-581-3. 69 ABCDEFGHIJKLMNOPQRS Nilsson, Gesicht, Volume I, p.488-493. 70 Nilsson, Gesicht, Vol I, p.490-491. 71 Pausanias 6.22.8-6.22.9. 72 Nilsson, Gesicht, Vol I p.495 A4 suffixals, trick.205 suffixals trick.214. 73 AB. 74 Pausanias 3.16.8. 75 Hess Shikias Skol.ad.theoka. 212. 76 77 AB Nilsson, Gesicht, Vol I, p.315-317. 78 Pausanias 8.23.4. 79 Pausanias 2.30.3. 80 Strabo Geographica VP 239. 81 Pausanias 2.27.4. 82 Heshike, Callist. Hecate established in Keramikos, who some call Artemis. 83 Plutarch, Themistocles 22. 84 Pausanias 3.25.3. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 85 Nilsson, Gesicht, Vol I, p.823. 86 AB Blundell, Sue and Margaret Williamson, eds. The Sacred and the Feminine in Ancient Greece. New York. Routledge, 1998, 33. 87 Stinton, TCW 1976 is. Iphigenia and the Bears of Broran. The Classical Quarterly 26:11-13. 88 Nelson, Thomas J. 2022. Iphigenia in the Iliad and the Architecture of Homeric Allusion. Tarpa. 152, 55101. Do. 10.1333/apar.2022.0007. S2 SID 248236106. 89 Euripides, Iphigenia among the Taurians, 1446-1468. 90 91 Artemis the Advisor, Skyries. Related to the family of Skyridae, a form of the mother goddess, Nilsson, Gesicht, Vol. I, p.498-1. 92 93 94 Sarah Ills Johnston, Restless Dead, Encounters Between the Living and the Dead in Ancient Greece. Berkeley. University of Tilda California Press, 1999:227. 95 AB Shitonia. 96 AB Odyssey 6.102. 97 ABCD Kerenii, 1959, The Heroes of the Greeks, p.150-151 The Heroes of the Greeks, p.148-151. 98 AB Iliad 21.480-21.485. 99 U Pausanias 2.28.2. 100 carat Pausanias 3.18.4. 101 carat Imke Painan, 2010, When the Bad Bleeds, Bonn University Press. 102 carat Nilsson, Gestschickt Volley, p.124. 103 carat Daphneia. 104 carat Nilsson, Gestschickt Volley, p.161. 105 carat. 106 carat AB Nilsson, Gestschickt Volley, p.311-312. 107 carat Kalimachus, him 3v189. 108 carat Dietrich, The Origins of the Greek Religion, p.109. 109 carat Webster's New Universal Unabridged Dictionary. New York, Barnes and Noble. 1994 p. 458. ISBN 1-56619-147-5. 110 carat Nilsson, Gestschickt, Volley, p.495-4. 111 carat Sophocles Trick.214. 112 carat Proteleogamon, sacrifices Uferat before the marriage. 113 carat Plutarch Arist.20. 114 carat during the festival, the offerings Darata correspond to the offerings Gamla, offerings of marriage, during the Aperturia, Nilsson, Volley, p. 493. 115 carat. 116 carat A. B. Smith, Amy C. 2005. The Politics of Weddings at Athens, an Iconographic Assessment, PDF. Leeds. International Classical Studies. 4, 132 pp 2-4,24. 117 carat A. B. Nilsson, Gestschickt, Volume I, 80p, 81. 118 carat Pausanias 8.41.4-8.41.6. 119 carat Pausanias 8.37.1. 120 carat. 121 carat Hemerosia. 122 carat Pausanias 8.14.5. 123 carat Nilsson, Gestschickt, Volley, p.89-90. 124 carat Bruhl, Pierre, 2003. The Feminine and the Sacred. Women of Ancient Greece. Edinburgh University Press. pp. 18-19. ISBN 9780748679843. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 125 carat Pausanias 8.13.1. 126 carat Jane Ellen Harrison, A Prolegomena to the Study of Greek Religion, 1903, The Maiden Trinities p.286ff. 127 carat Iliad 24.603. 128 carat Leek, William Martin, 1830. Travels in the Morea, with a map and plans. Retrieved 16 January 2020. 129 carat Pausanias 3.14.2. 130 carat Pausanias 8.35,8. 131 carat Nilsson Gestschickt, Volley p.214. 132 carat Iliad 16.183. 133 carat. 134 carat Nilsson, Gestschickt Volley, p.783 Aristophanes Leicester. V 641, V 388. 135 carat Aristoph. Clouds 52. 136 carat. 137 carat Pausanias 8.23.6. 138 carat A.B. Nilsson, chest-cheeked volley, p.161, 490. 139 carat. 140 carat Hesychias, Corythali, some call the Isian. 141 carat. A similar custom exists in modern Greece, at the beginning of May. The May wreath is hanged over the door of house. 142 carat Nilsson, 1967, chest-cheeked volley, p.123, 490. 143 carat Hasich. Kiraitu, the buffoons with the wooden faces who celebrate the Corythalia. 144 carat Heshike. Tavris, Tavros bull, a phallic dance of the people of Taras. 145 carat. 146 carat ABC Pausanias 7.18.11-7.18.12. 147 carat. At Delphi the festival Lafria was introduced by the priests of Delphi Lab, R. Yarden. Sweeney, Emmett John. 2009. Gods, Heroes and Tyrants, Greek Chronology in Chaos. Algora Publishing. p. 116. ISBN 9780875866826. 148 carat Strabo 8, p.387, Nilsson, chest-cheeked, volley, p.130. 149 carat Pausanias 4.31.7. 150 carat. At birth she was abandoned by her father and then she was nursed by a she-bear, the symbol of Artemis with a pre-Greek theriomorph form. Ilion, Various Histories. Book 13, Chapter 1. Penelope.uchicago.edu. Retrieved 8 March. 2021. 151 carat Howell, Rita. Howell, Maxwell L. 1989. The Atalanta Legend in Art and Literature. Journal of Sporete History. 16. 2127139. JSTA 436094443. 152 carat. 153 carat Pausanias 4.4.2. 154 carat. 155 carat. 156 carat Pausanias 2.31.4. 157 carat Pausanias 8.36.7-8.36.8. 158 carat Pausanias 3.16.11. 159 carat Porphyr.Anta 18-19. 160 carat Gimbutas, Marriager, 2007. The Goddesses and Gods of Old Europe, Myths and Cult Images. University of California Press. p. 182. ISBN 978-0-520-25398-8. 161 carat Pausanias 1.2.1. 162 carat. 163 carat Pausan. 3.20.9. 164 carat Euripides Herc. 4.376. 165 carat The Library 2. 53-4. Apollodorus The Library. Volume 1. Translated by Fraser, Sir James George. New York, G.P. Putnam's Sons. 1921 pp. 191 with the scholiast. ARC/13960/T00012X9F. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 166 Sotheby's, Turin, 2014. Masks and Maidens, Women and the Sanctuary of Artemis or the Constellations. 6, 1. Do. 10.29173/cons24110. ISSN 2562-0509. 167 Plutarch Arist.17. 168 Fisher Hansen, Tobias, Poulsen, Bert, 2009. From Artemis to Diana, the Goddess of Man and Beast. Museum. Tusculanum Press. ISBN 9788763507882. 169 Pausanias 3.16.9-3.16.1. 170 Pausanias 2.21.1. 171 AB Margret Carola, Johannes Knoll, Gotha, Stadt, Fest. Kleinasiatisch Munzen der Römischen Kaiserit. State like Munzum Lang, Munchin 2014, S61. 172 AB Pausanias 2.23.5. 173 ABC.D. Graninger Apollo, Inadia and 4th century Thessalikonos 22/2009 p.109-124. 174 Phoebe. 175 176 Alphys. 177 Image, Nilsson, Gestschickt, Volley, Table 30.1. 178 Nilsson, Gestschickt, Volley, p.295-297. 179 180 Pausanias 2.30.7. 181 182 Nilsson, Gestschickt, Volley, p.480. 183 AB Pausanias 8.37.1, 8.37.6. 184 Pausanias 8.228-8.22.9. 185 Euripides, Iphigenia in Tauris 1170-1179. 186 Pausanias 3.16.7. 187 AB Euripides Iphigenia in Tauris 1450-1460. 188 Strabo 9, 599. 189 190 191 Pausanias 7.20.1-7.20.2. 192 Pausanias 7.19.1-7.19.6. 193 A Dictionary of Greek and Roman Biography and Mythology, Corinthalia. 194 Shelmerdine 1995, p. 63. 195 Rutherford 2001, p. 368. 196 Homer, Iliad 1.9 and 21.502510, Hesiod, Theogony 918-920. 197 Homeric Hymn 3 to Apollo, 1418, Gantz, 38p, compare. Orphic Hymn 35 to Leto, 3-5, Athanasarches and Wolkow, 31p. 198 carat Hammond. Oxford Classical Dictionary. p.597-598. 199 carat or as a separate island birthplace of Artemis, rejoice, blessed Leto, for you bear glorious children, the Lord Apollon. And Artemis who delights in arrows, her in Ortygia, and him in rocky Delos, says the Homeric hymn. The etymology. Ortygia, Isle of Quail, is not supported by modern scholars. 200 carat MacLeish, Kenneth. Children of the Gods pp 33f. Leto's birth pangs, however, are graphically depicted by ancient sources. 201 carat Servius, Commentary on Virgil's Aeneid 3.73. 202 carat Rutherford 2001, pp. 364-365. 203 carat Bryce, Trevor R. 1 January 1983. The arrival of the goddess Leto in Lycia. Historia, Zeitschrift für Alt. Geschichte. 32, 1. Franz Steiner Verlag, 113. Gsta 44358828. Retrieved 13 February 2023. 204 carat Diodorus Siculus, Historic Library 4.84.1. 205 carat Homer, Iliad 5.50. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 206 carat I think that this is an etiological myth, intended to explain the rite in which a human effigy was burnt upon a pyre in the Festival of the Hunters Goddess, observes Martin P. Nilsson, Fire Festivals in Ancient Greece, The Journal of Hellenic Studies 43.2, 1923:144-148, p.144 Note 2, Pseudo-Apollodorus, Epitome 2.2. 207 carat Forbes Irving, 89 p. 149 n1, 166, Fontaine-Rose, p.125, Antoninus Liberalis, 17, Siloria, 71 p. Papathomopoulos, 31 p. 208 carat Pseudo-Plutarch, De Flueis 22. 209 carat Heath, The Failure of Orpheus, Transactions of the American Philological Association 124, 1994:163-196, p.196. 210 carat Walter Burkert, Homonicans, 1972, translated by Peter Bing, University of California Press, 1983, p.111. 211 carat Lacey, Arctyon and a Lost Bath of Artemis, The Journal of Hellenic Studies 110, 1990:26-42. 212 carat AB Apollodorus, 3.4.4. 213 carat Ischylus FR 135, 244, Ischylus, Agamemnon, Libation Bearers, Eumenides, Fragments. Translated by Smith. Herbert Weir. Loeb Classical Library Volume 146. Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press. 1926, p.464. 214 carat Matherson, p.264. 215 carat Euripides, Bacchi 330-342. 216 carat Callimachus, Hymn 5 on the Bath of Pallas 109-115. 217 carat Diodorus Siculus, Historic Library 4.81.3-5. 218 carat Hyginus, Fabulae 181. 219. This article incorporates text from a publication now in the public domain. Chisholm, Hugh, ed. 1911. Actaeon. Encyclopaedia Britannica. Volume 1, 11th ed. Cambridge University Press. p. 157. 220. Ovid, Metamorphoses 3.138 ff. Grimmel, S.V. Actaeon, 10 p. 221. Pausanias, Description of Greece 9.2.3. 222. Homer, Iliad 24.602 ff. Trans. Latimore. 223. A.B. Ovid, Metamorphoses 6.146 ff. 224. Pausanias, Description of Greece 2.21.9. 225. Pseudo-Eratosthenes, Catastrismi 32. Hesiod, Astronomia fr4 Evelyn White, p.7073 = fr7 Freeman, p.12. 13. Hyginus, De Astronomica 2.26.2, Hard, p.564, compare. Hyginus, Fabulae 195. 226. Ovid, Fasti 5.539. 227. Kerenii 1951, p.204, says that this is another name for Artemis herself. 228. Apollodorus 1.4.5. 229. Aratus, Phenomena 638. 230. Callimachus, Hymn 3 to Artemis 265, Nonnus, Dionysiaca 48.395. 231. Hyginus, De Astronomica 2.34.4. 232. Homer, Iliad 5.121124, Gantz, 97 p. Oxford Classical Dictionary, SV. Orion, Hansen, p.118. 233. Pseudo-Eratosthenes, Catastrismi 1, equals Hesiod, Astronomia fr3 Evelyn White, p.6871 equals fr6 Freeman, 12 p. Gantz, p.725, Oxford Classical Dictionary, SV. Callisto, Pausanias, 1.25.1, 8.2.6, Hyginus, Fabulae 176, 177. According to the Bibliotheca, Eumelos and some others called Callisto the daughter of Lycon, Asius called her the daughter of Nycteus, Phaeacides called her the daughter of Cetus, and Hesiod called her a nymph. Apollodorus 3.8.2 equals Eumelos, fr 32, West 2003, p.248249, equals Asius fr 9, West 2003, p.258259, equals Phaeacides Phgist 3. F86 equals Hesiod, fr 163 Merkil back West. 234. Apollodorus, 3.8.2, Gantz, 98 p. Tripp, SV. Callisto, p.145146, compare. Pseudo-Eratosthenes, Catastrismi 1, equals Hesiod, Astronomia fr4 Evelyn White, p.7073 equals fr7 Freeman, p.1213. 235. Gantz, p.275, notes that he text here seems to indicate that Arcas, and others, pursued Callisto only after she had entered the sanctuary, and only because she had done so. 236. Pseudo-Eratosthenes, Catastrismi 1, equals Hesiod, Astronomia fr3 Evelyn White, p.6871 equals fr6 Freeman, p. 12, Gantz, p98, 725726, compare. Hesiod, Astronomia fr3 Evelyn White, p.6871. 237 Hyginus, De Astronomica 2.1.1. 238 Hyginus, De Astronomica 2.1.2. 239 Hyginus, De Astronomica 2.1.3, Gantz, p.727. Compare with Hyginus, Fabulae p.177 and Pausanias, 8.2.6. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 240 Hyginus, De Astronomica 2.1.4, Gantz, p.727, compare. Apollodorus, 3.8.2. 241 Gantz, p.726, says that Callisto realizes the identity, or at least the gender, of her seducer. 242 Ovid, Metamorphoses 401530, Gantz, p.726. 243 In the first version, Artemis was not aware the bear was Callisto. Gantz, p. 727, of the second version, Gantz, p. 727, says that it, ut probably, implies a variant in which Callisto does not become a bear at all, as Artemis is not likely to transform her and shoot her, or to slay her for her own reasons after Hera has accomplished the transformation. 244 Apollodorus, 3.8.2, Gantz, p.727, Trip, SV. Callisto, p.145146, compare. Umlos, fr32, West 2003, p.248249, equals. Apollodorus, 3.8.2. Gantz, p.727, suggests that this version may have come from Phaeacids, while West 2003 says that Umlos must have told the story of how Zeus made love to Callisto and changed her into a bear. Artemis killed her, but Zeus saved her child, who was Arcus. West 2003, p.249, note 26 to fr32. 245 Pausanias, 8.2.6, Gantz, p.727. Compare with Hyginus, De Astronomica 2.1.3 and Pausanias, 1.25.1. 246 Pausanias, 8.2.67, Gantz, p.727, compare. Apollodorus, 3.8.2. 247 Homer, Odyssey 11.580 ff, Pindar, Pythia nodes 4.161165, Apollodorus 1.4.1, Quintus Smyrnaeus. Postomerica 3.390 ff, Hard, p.147148. 248 Hyginus, Fabulae 200, Hard, p.192. 249 Grimmel, SV. Aura, 71 p. 250 Apollodorus, 3.14.4, compare. Ovid, Metamorphoses 10.652, Hyginus, Fabulae 248, Plutarch, Questions. Convivals 4.5.3, Athenaeus, The Deipnosophists 2.80. 251 Nonnus, Dionysiaca 42.204211, Grimmel, SV. Adornis, p.1213. 252 carat Antoninus Liberalis, 21p. 253 carat Pindar, Pythia Node 3 str1 and 3, Pausanias, Description of Greece 2.26.6. 254 carat Smith, Roland, 1901. The Greek romances of Heliodorus, Longus and Achilles Titius, comprising the Ethiopics, or Adventures of Thejans and Chariclea, the pastoral amours of Daphnis and Chloe, and the loves of Sitopho and Eleusippe. London, G. Bell and Sons. p. 8.12. 255 carat Strillon, Rick, 1996. Paul, Artemis, and the Jews in Ephesus. Behilft Zeitschrift für die New Testament like. Wissenschaft. 80. Berlin, New York City, De Gruyter, 75. ISBN 9783110150209. ISSN 0171-6441. 256 carat Ovid, Metamorphoses 5.319, Antoninus Liberalis, Collection of Transformations 28. 257 carat Rutherford, Ian, the 19th of February 2016. Greco-Egyptian Interactions, Literature, Translation, and Culture, 500 BC AD. 300. United Kingdom, Oxford University Press. p. 64. ISBN 978-0-19-965612-7. 258 carat Hyginus, Astronomica 2.16.2. 259 carat AB Atsma, Aaron J. Favor of Artemis, Greek Mythology. Thea.com. Retrieved 28 January 2011. 260 carat AB Scholia on the Iliad 20.67, Hansen, 10p, Anecdota Graeca e Cod. Manuscriptis Bibliothecae Regio. Paracensis, p. 120. 261 carat Homer, Iliad 21.468-497. 262 carat Homer, Iliad 502-510. 263 carat, a goddess universally worshipped in historical Greece, but in all likelihood pre-Hellenic. Hammond, Oxford. Classical Dictionary, p. 126. 264 carat Golden, M. Children and Childhood in Classical Athens, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1990, 84p. 265 carat AB Wise, Susan, 2007. Childbirth Votives and Rituals in Ancient Greece, Ph.D. University of Cincinnati. Archived. From the original on 17 November 2022. Retrieved 2 April 2022. 266 carat Van der Toorn et al., SV. Artemis, p. 93. 267 carat Pseudo-Apollodorus. Bibliotheca. 268 carat The J. Paul Getty Museum Journal, 81p. 269 carat Budin, p. 110. Site especially famous for its choruses dedicated to Artemis was Ephesus. According to the Hellenistic poet Callimachos, this custom was established by the Amazons who founded the cult by dancing around a wooden image of the goddess. 270 carat Soul Search. www.cs.uk.edu. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 271 Michalson, 18p. 272 ABCD Ancient Athenian Festival Calendar. Winterscapes.com, the 24th of July, 2007. Retrieved the 28th of January, 2011. 273 Elaphobolia. Helenio non. Archived from the original on the 29th of September, 2019. Retrieved the 20th of April, 2020. 274 ABCDEFGHIJKLMNOPQRSTUV Nilsson, Gestcheekt, vol IP.483-486. 275 Blundell, Sue and Margaret Williamson, eds. The Sacred and the Feminine in Ancient Greece. New York, Routledge. 1998, 33. 276 Dictionary of Greek and Roman Antiquities edited by William Smith, 1870, p.769. 277 Pausanias 1.19.6. 278 Chisholm, Hugh, ed. 1911. Agroteras Thusia. Encyclopaedia Britannica. Volume 1, 11th ed. Cambridge University Press. p. 427. 279 Pausanias 1.31.4. 280 Pausanias 1.31.5. 281 Forlorn Hopes, Fashion Despair. 282 Pausanias 10.1.6. 283 Nilsson, Gestcheekt vol I, p. 27484. 284 Sweeney, Emmett John, 2009. Gods, Heroes and Tyrants, Greek Chronology in Chaos. Algora Publishing. p. 116. ISBN 9780875866826. 285 ABCDEFG Nilsson, Gestcheekt, vol IP.492-495. 286 Pausanias 10.32.14. 287 Pausanias 10.36.5. 288 Pausanias 9.19.7. 289 Strabo. Geographica. Volume p. 459. Page numbers refer to those of Isaac Casaubon's edition. 290 AB Pausanias 4.31.7. 291 Eftigia Stavrianopoula, 2013, Ritual and Communication in Greco-Roman World p.102, Open Editions Books. p.102. 292 Pausanias 7.19.17.19.4. 293 Xenophon Hellenica 4.4.2. 294 Pausanias 7.26.2-7.26.3. 295 Eprosine Botsikas, 2020, The Cosmos in Ancient Greek Religious Experience p.135, Cambridge University Press. p.135. 296 ABCDEFGH Nilsson, Gestcheekt, vol I, p.487-491. 297 Kalame, Claude, 2001. Choruses of Young Women in Ancient Greece. Roman at Littlefield Publishers Incorporated p. 169. 298 Pausanias 4.4.2. 299 Maria Spathai, 2018, Findings of Cultic Traditions for Goddess Artemis, p. Center for Hellenic Studies in Greece. Harvard University. Cultic Traditions of Artemis. 300 Pausanias 3.20.7. 301 Nilsson, Gestchikt Volai, p. 161. 302 Pausanias 3.23.10. 303 Pausanias 3.10.7. 304 Pausanias 3.22.11-3.22.12. 305 Pausanias 6.21.11-6.22.1. 306 AB Pausanias 6.22.8-6.22.10. 307 ABC Strabo 8p.343. 308 Pausanias 3.24.9. 309 Pausanias 3.24.8. 310 Pausanias 8.22.8. 311 Pausanias 8.13.1. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 312 Pausanias 8.53.11. 313 Pausanias 8.39.5. 314 Saron, Greek Mythology Index. Mythindex.com. Retrieved 28 January 2011. 315 Eugene Borza, 2020, In the Shadow of Olympus. Emergence of Macedonia, p.192, Princeton University Press. p.192. 316 Strabo, 14.1.19. 317 J. H. Kroon, Hot Springs and Healing, A Preliminary Answer Mnemosyne, 4th Series, 14.2, 1961:14141. 318 Antonin. Lib 40, Nilsson, Volai, p.484. 319 Pliny the Elder. Natural History. 3593. 320 Theatre and Autocracy in Ancient World, 2022, 65 PEDS. Walter de Gruyter. 65 p. 321 ABCD Gerald, b. 2009. Near Eastern Equivalents to Artemis. Tobias Fischer Hansen and Bert Poulsen, eds. From Artemis to Diana, the Goddess of Man and Beast. Museum Tusculanum Press. ISBN 87635078889, 9788763507882. 322 The Homeric Hymns. Translated by Cashford, Jules. London, Penguin Books. 2003. ISBN 0-14-043782-7. OCLC 59339816. 323 Potnia Aswia, Anatolian Contributions to Greek Religion by Sarah P. Morris. Archived from the original on 6 January 2014. 324 Acts 1928. 325 Sachs, 1995, 35 p. 326 Hard, 46 p. Oxford Classical Dictionary, SV. Celine, Morford, 64 p. 219220, Smith, SV. Celine. 327 Adler, Margot, 1986. Drawing Down the Moon, Witches, Druids, Goddess Worshippers, and Other Pagans in America Today, Revised and Expanded Edition. Beacon Press. ISBN 978-0-8070-3253-4. 328 Shan, 2018, 60p. 329 Guy, Françoise, Céline, Luna in Lexicon Iconographicum Mythologiae Classici, Limk, 7.1 Artemis Verlag. Zurich and Munich, 1994. ISBN 3-7608-8751-1. 330 Sfameni Gasparo, Giulia, 2007. The Hellenistic Face of Isis, Cosmic and Savior Goddess. In Bricolt, Laurent. Vasluis, Miguel John, Mayboom, Paul G.P. eds. Nile into Tiber, Egypt in the Roman World. Proceedings of the IIUD. International Conference of Isis Studies, Faculty of Archaeology, Leiden University, May 11-14 2005. Brill. pp. 40. 72 ISBN 978-90-04-1542-9. 331 AB Hard, p.187. 332 AB Budin, 62p. 333 Van der Tornitel, SV. Artemis, 92p. 334 Chrysippus FR 748. 335 Cicero, De Natura Deorum 2.68. 336 Strabo, Geographica 14.1.6. 337 Morford, p. 64. 338 Panin, 96p. 339 Servius, Commentary on the Aeneid 6.118, Green, CMC. 2007. Roman Religion and the Cult of Diana at Erisha. New York, Cambridge University Press. 340 A.B. Bergman, Bettina, Joseph Farrell, Dennis Feeney, James Kerr, Damian Neely's, and Celia Schultz. An Exciting Provocation, John F. Miller's Apollo, Augustus, and the Poets. Virgilius, 1959, 58, 2012 10-11. 341 Horace, Carmen Seculaire 33-36. 342 Virgil, Aeneid 9.404. 343 Smith, S.V. Celine. 344 Collins Clinton, 88p. 345 Seifert, S.V. Hicate. 346 232324 Perseus Tufts consulted 5 May 2017. 347 Fairbanks, Arthur. A Handbook of Greek Religion. American Book Company, 1910. p.229. 348 A.B. Nilsson, Geschichte vol IP 497. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. 349 ABC Pausanias 8.37.4. 350 ABC D. Nilsson, Geschichte vol I, p.482-484. 351 Kimberly Christine Patton, Religion of the Gods, Ritual, Paradox, and reflexivity p.333. 352 Kalamachus, him 3 to Artemis 98. 353 L.H. Jeffrey, 1976, The City States 23p Ernest Benn Limited. 354 Pindar, Olympia Nodes 3. 355 Kalamachus, him 3 to Artemis 86. 356 Nilsson Volley, p.285-486. 357 Suda. 358 Nilsson, Jeschikt, p.485-6. 359 Homer, The Iliad 9.530. 360 Pseudo-Apollodorus, Bibliotheca 3.14.4. 361 Hard, p.415, calls it the greatest adventure in Italian legend. 362 Ovid, Metamorphoses 8.284289. 363 Antoninus Liberalis, Transformations 2. 364 Aelian, On Animals 12.4. 365 Nilsson, Jeschikt Volley, 83p, 482. 366 Pausanias 3.16.7. 367 Nilsson, Jeschikt, Volley, p.495 Forsifocals, trick.214 Sophocles trick.214. 368 Homer portrayed Artemis as girlish in the Iliad. 369 Greek poets variously described Artemis' bow as silver or gold, over the shadowy hills and windy peaks she draws. Her golden bow. Homeric hymn to Artemis, and it is a golden bow as well in Ovid, Metamorphoses 1.693, where her nymphs is of horn. And how often, goddess, didst thou make trial of thy silver bow, asks Kalamachus, for whom it is a Sidonian bow that the Cyclopes make for her. Kalamachus, hymn 3 to Artemis. 370 Apex Artemis. apextelescope.org. The 11th of January, 2010. Retrieved the 25th of March, 2013. 371 Fust, Jeff, the 9th of November, 2021. NASA delays human lunar landing to at least 2025. Space News. Retrieved the 22nd of November, 2022. 372 1. NASA. Accessed on the 19th of May, 2019. 373 This chart is based upon Hesiod's Theogony, unless otherwise noted. 374 according to Homer, Iliad 1.57579, 14.338, Odyssey 8.312, Hephaestus was apparently the son of Hera and Zeus, see Gantz, 74p. 375 according to Hesiod, Theogony 927929, Hephaestus was produced by Hera alone, with no father, see Gantz. 74p. 376 according to Hesiod's Theogony 886890, of Zeus' children by his 7 wives, Athena was the first to be conceived, but the last to be born. Zeus impregnated Metis, then swallowed her. Later Zeus himself gave birth to Athena. From his head, see Gantz, p.5152, 8384. 377 according to Hesiod, Theogony 183200, Aphrodite was born from Uranus' severed genitals, see Gantz, p.99 100. 378 According to Homer, Aphrodite was the daughter of Zeus, Iliad 3.374, 20.105, Odyssey 8.308, 320, and Dion, Iliad 5.370-71, see Gantz, p.99-100. Bibliography, edit. Ullian, On Animals, Volume 3, Books 12-17, translated by A. F. Scholefield, Loeb Classical Library No. 449, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1959. Online version at Harvard University Press. ISBN 978-0-674-99494-2. Apollodorus, The Library, with an English translation by Sir James George Fraser, FBA, FRS in 2 volumes. Cambridge, Harvard University Press, London, William Heinemann Limited 1921. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Aratus Silensis, Phenomena translated by G. R. Mehr. Loeb Classical Library Volume 129. London, William Heinemann. 1921 online version at the Topos Text Project. Arnold, Irene Ringwood, 1972. Festivals of Ephesus. American Journal of Archaeology. 77, 11722. Do. 10.2307/503607. JSTOR 503607. S2 SID 1914033956. Athenaeus, The Learned Banquetus, Volume V, Books 10.420E11. Edited and translated by S. Douglas Olson. Loeb. Classical Library 274. Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 2009. Budin, Stephanie, Artemis, Routledge Publications, 2016, ISBN 978-0-415-72541-5. Google Books. Burkert, Walter, Greek Religion, Harvard University Press, 1985. ISBN 0-674-36281-0. Callimachus. Hymns, translated by Alexander William Mehr, 1875–1928. London, William Heinemann, New York, G.P. Putnam's Sons. 1921. Internet Archive. Online version at the Topos Text Project. Soloria, Francis, The Metamorphoses of Antoninus Liberalis, a translation with a commentary, Routledge, 1992. ISBN 978-0-415-06896-3. Cicero, Nature of the Gods, from the Treatises of M.T. Cicero, translated by Charles Duke Yong, 1812–1891, Bonn. Edition of 1878, in the public domain. Text available online at Topos Text. Collins Clinton, Jacqueline, Kosa, The Sculpture and Furnishings in Stone and Marble, University of Michigan Press, 2020. ISBN 978-0-472-13159-4. Google Books. Diodorus Siculus, Bibliotheca Historica. Vol 1–2. Immanuel Becker. Ludwig Dindorf. Friedrich Vogel. Inedibus B.G. Tpneri. Leipzig. 1888–1890. Greek text available at the Perseus Digital Library. Evelyn White, Hugh, The Homeric Hymns and Homerica with an English translation by Hugh G. Evelyn White. Homeric Hymns. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, London, William Heinemann Limited 1914. Google Books. Internet Archive. Fontenrose, Joseph Eddy, Orion, The Myth of the Hunter and the Huntress, University of California Press, 1981. ISBN 0-520-09632-0. Forbes Irving, PMC, Metamorphosis in Greek Myths, Clarendon Press Oxford, 1990. ISBN 978-0-198-14730-5. Freeman, Kathleen, Ancilla to the Pre-Socratic Philosophers, a complete translation of the fragments in Dials, Fragment. Der Vorsokratiker, Harvard University Press, 1983. ISBN 9780674035010. Gantz, Timothy, Early Greek Myth, A Guide to Literary and Artistic Sources, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1996, 2 volumes, ISBN 978-0-8018-5360-9, Volume 1, ISBN 978-0-8018-5362-3, Volume 2. Robert Graves, 1955, 1960. The Greek Myths, Penguin. Grimmel, Pierre, The Dictionary of Classical Mythology, Huyler Blackwell, 1996. ISBN 978-0-631-20102-1. Hansen, William, Handbook of Classical Mythology, ABCCLIO, 2004. ISBN 978-1576072264. Hart, Robin, The Routledge Handbook of Greek Mythology, based on H.J. Rose's Handbook of Greek Mythology. Psychology Press, 2004, ISBN 9780415186360. Google Books. Homer, The Iliad with an English translation by A.T. Murray, Ph.D. in 2 volumes. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, London, William Heinemann, Limited 1924. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Hesiod, Astronomia, in the Homeric Hymns and Homerica with an English translation by Hugh G. Evelyn White. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, London, William Heinemann Limited 1914. Internet Archive. Hesiod, Theogony, in the Homeric Hymns and Homerica with an English translation by Hugh G. Evelyn White. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, London, William Heinemann Limited 1914. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Hyginus, Gaius Julius, De Astronomica, in the Myths of Hyginus, edited and translated by Maria Grant, Lawrence. University of Kansas Press, 1960. Online version at Topos Text. Hyginus, Gaius Julius, Fabulae, in the Myths of Hyginus, edited and translated by Maria Grant, Lawrence, University of Kansas Press, 1960. Online version at Topos Text. Imendorfer, Michael, 2017. Ephesians and Artemis, the cult of the great goddess of Ephesus as the epistle's context. Morsebeck. ISBN 978-3-16-155264-9. Kerenyi, Carl, 1951, The Gods of the Greeks, Thames and Hudson, London, 1951. Keatley, Thomas, 1838. The Mythology of Ancient Greece and Italy. Whitaker and Company. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. Constan, David, 2014. Beauty, The Fortunes of an Ancient Greek Idea. Oxford University Press. ISBN 978-0-19-992726. 5. Liddell, Henry George, Robert Scott, A Greek-English Lexicon, revised and augmented throughout by Sir Henry Stewart Jones with the assistance of Roderick Mackenzie, Clarendon Press, Oxford, 1940. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Michalson, John D., The Sacred and Civil Calendar of the Athenian Year, Princeton University Press, 1975. Google Books. Morford, Mark P.O., Robert J. Lenardon, Classical Mythology, 8th edition, Oxford University Press, 2007. ISBN 978-0. 19-530805-1. Internet Archive. Most, G.W., Hesiod, Theogony, Works and Days, Testimonia, edited and translated by Glenn W. Most, Loeb Classical. Library No. 57, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 2018. ISBN 978-0-674-99720-2. Online version at Harvard University Press. Most, G.W., Hesiod, The Shield, Catalogue of Women, Other Fragments, Loeb Classical Library, No. 503, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 2007, 2018. ISBN 978-0-674-99721-9. Online version at Harvard University Press. Nonus, Dionysiaca, translated by Rouse, W.H.D., in 3 volumes. Loeb Classical Library No. 346, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, London, William Heinemann Limited, 1940. Internet Archive. Ovid, Metamorphoses, Brooksmore, Boston, Cornhill Publishing Company, 1922. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Ovid. Metamorphoses, Volume I, Books 1-8. Translated by Frank Justice Miller. Revised by G. P. Gould. Loeb Classical Library No. 42. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1977, first published 1916. ISBN 978-0-674-99046. 3 Online version at Harvard University Press. Ovid, Ovid's Fasti, with an English translation by Sir James George Fraser, London, W. Heinemann Limited, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1959. Internet Archive. The J. Paul Getty Museum Journal, Volume 24, 1996, ISBN 0-89236-397-5. Google Books. The Oxford Classical Dictionary, 2nd edition, Hammond, N.G.L. and Howard Hayes Scullard, editors, Oxford University Press, 1992. ISBN 0-19-869117-3. Panin, Imk, When the Bad Bleeds, Mantic Elements in English Renaissance Revenge Tragedy, Volume 3 of Representations and Reflections, V&R Unipress GmbH, 2010. ISBN 9783899716405. Papathomopoulos, Manolis, Antoninus Liberalis, Les Metamorphoses, Collection Bude, Paris, Les Belles Lettres, 1968. ISBN 978-2-251-00020-6. Pausanias Description of Greece with an English translation by W.H.S. Jones, lit.d, and H.A. Ormerod, M.A. In 4 volumes. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, London, William Heinemann Limited 1918. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Pindar, The Odes of Pindar including the principal fragments with an introduction and an English translation by Sir John Sandys, lit.d, FBA. Cambridge, MA, Harvard University Press, London, William Heinemann Limited 1937. Greek text. Available at the Perseus Digital Library. Powell, Barry B. 2012. Classical Myth. Pearson. ISBN 978-0-205-17607-6. Rutherford, Ian, 2001. Pindar's Paeans, A Reading of the Fragments with a Survey of the Genre. New York, Oxford University Press. ISBN 0-19-814381-8. Shelmerdine, Susan, 1995. The Homeric Hymns. Focus Publishing. ISBN 978-1-58510-477-2. Smith, William, Dictionary of Greek and Roman Biography and Mythology, London, 1873. Strabo, The Geography of Strabo. Edition by H.L. Jones. Cambridge, Mass., Harvard University Press, London, William Heinemann, Limited 1924. Online version at the Perseus Digital Library. Torn, Karel van der, Becking, Bob, Horst, Pieter Willem van der, eds. 1999, Dictionary of Deities and Demons in the Bible, 2nd ed., Grand Rapids, W.M.B. Edmonds Publishing, p. 92. Tripp, Edward, Crowell's Handbook of Classical Mythology, Thomas Y. Crowell Co., 1st edition, June, 1970. ISBN 0690226008-X. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF. West, M.L. 2003, Greek Epic Fragments, from the 7th to the 5th centuries BC, edited and translated by Martin L. West, Loeb Classical Library No. 497, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 2003. ISBN 978-0-674. 99605-2. Online version at Harvard University Press. Sachs, David, 1st of January, 1995. Murray, Oswin, ed. A Dictionary of the Ancient Greek World. Oxford, England, United Kingdom, Oxford University Press. ISBN 978-0195112061. Shan, Anne, 3rd of April, 2018. Legendary Ladies, 50 Goddesses to Empower and Inspire You. San Francisco, United States. Chronicle Books. ISBN 978-1452163413. Retrieved 14 August 2019. Van Windekens, Albert Joris, 1986, Dictionnaire étymologique complémentaire de la langue grecque, Leuven Peters. ISBN 90-6831-067-4. External links, edit. Thea Project, Artemis, information on Artemis from original Greek and Roman sources, images from classical art. A Dictionary of Greek and Roman Antiquities, 1890, eds. G. E. Marindin, William Smith, LLD, William. Waite. Fisher Hansen T. Poulsen B. eds. From Artemis to Diana, the goddess of man and beast. Collegium. Hyperboreum and Museum Tusculanum Press, Copenhagen, 2009. Warburg Institute Iconographic Database, CA 1150 Images of Artemis. Categories: Artemis, Animal Goddesses, Childhood Goddesses, Hunting Goddesses, Lunar Goddesses, Nature Goddesses, Night Goddesses, Greek Virgin Goddesses, Mythological Greek Archers, Children of Zeus, Divine Twins, Deities in the Iliad, Metamorphoses, Characters, Rape of Persephone, Dog Goddesses, Deities in the Aeneid, Light Goddesses, Bear Deities, Women in Greek Mythology, Mountain Goddesses, Dance Goddesses, Tree Goddesses, Health Goddesses, Women of the Trojan War, Fertility Goddesses, 12 Olympians, Plague Goddesses, Music and Singing Goddesses, Chorotrophoi, Shapeshifters in Greek Mythology, Wolf Deities, Cat Goddesses, Delian Mythology. Explore our developer-friendly HTML to PDF API printed using PDF Crowd HTML to PDF.